Welcome to the July 20th, 2020 Board of Directors meeting for MSAD 51. Thanks to everyone for finding a cool spot to sit here tonight. This is going to be a meeting for sure. So the first thing we'll do is call to order. For those of you that are new, we'll just say your name. You can say present, here, whatever feels right in the moment. And then we'll move along onto the agenda. So Peter Bingham.
Here.
Kevin Desmond.
Present.
Margot Harrington.
Here.
Ann Maskimovich.
Here.
Tyler McGinley. Here. Kate Perrin.
Here.
Mike Simmons. Along onto the
Here.
agenda. Jennifer Stewart.
Here.
Here.
Mike Williams.
Here.
Elias Leggett Barr.
Here.
And Madison Dalton.
Here.
Awesome. So the next item on our agenda is recognition. And I know the first thing I really want to say is to all of the Cumberland and North Yarmouth voters for supporting our budget this year. We are so grateful for your support and so grateful that we are not spending tonight's workshop on redoing the budget. We have so much work ahead of us and really grateful that you voted and took your time to support us this year. So thank you again for that. Secondly, I want to welcome our new members. As we just did a roll call, we have two new names that are joining us. We have Madison Dalton, who is a rising junior. And Madison, remind me, are you a Cumberland or North Yarmouth resident?
Cumberland.
Cumberland, okay. And then we also have Mike Williams, who also comes from Cumberland as well. So welcome. The next thing we're going to do, we're going to move a few things out of order in the agenda so that both Madison and Mike are able to vote on the rest of the items. And so the first step in that is to officially vote them in as members. So Jeff, I believe you are going to swear in Mike Williams.
Yep, because Mike's an elected official, I can swear him in. So I can do that now if you want.
Sure.
Okay. Mike, if you wouldn't mind raising your right hand. We've never done this virtually, so this will be interesting. I, Michael Williams.
I, Michael Williams.
Do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
Do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
And of this state.
And of this state.
So long as I will continue a citizen thereof.
So long as I will continue a citizen thereof.
So help me God.
So help me God.
And there's a second part. I, Michael Williams.
I, Michael Williams.
Do swear.
Do swear.
That I will faithfully discharge to the best of my abilities.
That I will faithfully discharge to the best of my abilities.
The duties incumbent on me.
The duties incumbent on me.
As a member of the MSAD 51 Board of Directors.
As a member of the MSAD 51 Board of Directors.
According to the Constitution and laws of the state.
According to the Constitution and laws of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. And Mike, we'll have a form for you to sign at some point. Usually we do it in person, but we'll have a form for you and we'll submit it to the town office after that.
Okay.
But you are now sworn in officially.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. So then we will need to vote a little differently for Madison. So I will need a motion for Madison's vote.
So moved, Peter Bingham.
Thank you, Peter. And a second?
Second.
Ann
Kate
Maskimovich.
Thank you. I'm open to any discussion if anybody wants to welcome Madison. Otherwise, we will go to a roll call vote. And again, for those of you that are new, because of this virtual land that we are in right now, we have to do a roll call every time we vote. So you'll learn everybody's names really well. So without any discussion, Peter Bingham?
Yes.
Kevin Desmond?
Yes.
Margot Harrington?
It turned itself off. Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Ann Maskimovich?
Yes.
Tyler McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin?
Yes.
Mike Simmons?
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart?
Yes.
Mike Williams?
Yes.
Elias Leggett Barr?
Yes.
I'm not sure if you're technically supposed to vote for yourself, but why not? Madison Dalton?
Yes.
All right. All right. Well, welcome both of you. It's really great to have you both here. So before we move on to public comment, which again, I don't believe we have, well, actually, Andy, just to confirm, we don't have any public comment?
No other public comment.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is just move communications up a little bit before Jeff's presentation. So the first item on there is board committees. And over the next few weeks, oh, thanks, Kevin. We have to do our minutes first. Now that you guys can vote, we have to approve the minutes from June 8th and June 15th. So do I have a motion for the June 8th, 2020 minutes?
So moved. Jennifer Stewart.
Thank you. And a second?
Kate Perrin, second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Just simply, I wanted to clarify because we've gotten some questions in the community about publishing of minutes. And I wanted to make sure that we're clear about this. And if anybody wants to weigh in with insight, it's my understanding that we don't publish minutes until we do this exact process that we're doing right now of approving the minutes, and then they're published onto the website. While that may be inconvenient because of the spacing between meetings, we need to just continue to let the community know that in real time or moments thereafter, they can be watching each of our meetings on YouTube. I just wanted to share that, Tyler.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. That's awesome. I've also fielded a few questions regarding that as well, so that's helpful. Okay, so no discussion beyond that. All right, roll call. So Peter Bingham,
Yes.
Kevin Desmond,
Yes.
Margot Harrington,
Yes.
Ann Maskamovich,
Yes.
Tyler McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin,
Yes.
Mike Simmons,
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart,
Yes.
Mike Williams,
I wasn't present, so I feel as though I should abstain.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Elias Leggett-Barr,
Yes.
and Madison Dalton.
The same as
You
Mike
abstain,
Williams. I'll abstain.
Thank you. Okay, and a motion for the June 15th minutes.
So moved. Margot Harrington.
Thank you. And a second.
Second, Peter Bingham.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay. Roll call. Peter Bingham,
Yes.
Kevin Desmond,
Yes.
Margot Harrington,
Yes.
Ann Maskamovich.
Yes.
Thank you. Tyler McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin,
Yes.
Mike Simmons,
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart.
Yes.
Thank you, Ann. I appreciated that. Mike Williams,
I abstain.
Elias Leggett-Barr,
Yes.
and Madison Dalton.
Abstain.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Kevin, for reminding me of those. So back to communications. Over the next few weeks before our August retreat, both Kevin and I will reach out to the board in regards to board communications. We will talk about what people are interested in staying on. For those of you that are new, there's no requirement that you're on certain committees, but it would be great to have a conversation with you about what you're interested in and what you feel like you can commit to based off of your time and space in regards to the board. So I think the goal is to have those committee assignments in place by the August retreat, which gives us a few weeks to set that up. Secondly, we've already welcomed and voted both of our new board members in. I just want to say thank you again for your commitment. This is a unique time to join a board, and we're really grateful that you are committed to our district and our community. And then lastly, I wanted to acknowledge that over the past few weeks, we have received many emails, phone calls, statements, letters, and a petition to the conversation here in our community, but also in our nation as it relates to FROs and public education. And I first wanted to acknowledge that we have received those. I secondly want to acknowledge and say thank you to those for speaking up, regardless of whatever side of the conversation you are on. It's important that we use our voice in these situations. But what I want to also acknowledge is that we have a huge task ahead of us right now, and it is returning to school this fall safely. And in order for us to acknowledge and to even bring the right people to the table to have a conversation around an SRO and our district specifically, I don't believe that we would be able to do that successfully right now, knowing how tasked everybody else is with the work ahead to return to school. So I hope that those that have reached out and expressed their concerns or their support can understand that the conversation is still here, but it needs to be held off until we can really give it the attention that it deserves. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that because I didn't want it to get lost in the shuffle of us returning to school. So now, knowing that we don't have any public comment, Jeff, I'll pass it over to you for your presentation on the 2020-21 pandemic response plan update.
Thank you, Tyler. I'm going to go ahead and put this presentation up on the screen to share it. It'll just take me a moment. All right, can everybody see that? Okay, it's up there?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the updated plan that I presented on the 20th of, on June 8th. So it's been about 6 weeks since the first version came out. And in this presentation, we have a lot of red ink, and the red ink is basically the changes since June 8th. So I'm not going to go through everything. In this presentation, I'm really going to go through the changes that have been made since, June 8th. So one of the things that we added in terms of helping us to refocus and just making sure that we're focused on the right pieces here are the decision-making protocol that we used. We obviously are looking at safety first. What is the safe way for our students and staff to return to school? Looking at in-person instruction is something that is critical to the mission of our district. And as long as we can do that safely, trying to maximize the in-person instruction for our students. In the event that we are in the yellow level, which is a hybrid mix, students would be assigned to cohort groups in order to help mitigate the spread of the illness. And I would say that whether we're in yellow or green, we're doing that. We're trying to minimize the amount of people that our students are coming in contact with while they're in the facilities. And then the fourth piece is that the plan needs to be feasible and sustainable. It's got to be a reasonable plan. It can't be so complex that it just never takes us off the ground. So those are kind of our decision-making matrix that we have used. And I just want to make that visible because I did not do that last time I presented. So what has happened since June 8th? A few things have been happening. We've been very busy. The state has told us that they will be releasing a metric, which is an advisory to all school districts in the state on July 31st. The governor had a press conference Thursday and provided that information along with updated CDC recommendations and guidance from the Department of Education. I'll talk about that in just a minute, a little bit more. Weekly meetings with the health team and leadership team. Tonight you have an approval to approve a new district physician who has been working with us for several weeks so that we can get up to speed. Also, our nurses, our 4 nurses are part of our health team. They've been meeting with the leadership team for the last couple of months every single week. We've also done a walkthrough, which is the next one for each team at each school. That involves the administration, the district physician, the nurses, facilities have been walking through each of our facilities to look at upgrades that we need to make in order to keep our facilities safe, and especially for COVID and bringing students back. Parent and staff surveys have been sent out, and I'll also talk about that in just a minute. Parent follow-up forms for remote learning and transportation. We sent out an additional basically a survey or a form asking for more information about whether or not parents would take their children to school or use the bus next year. So that was important information as we begin developing our bus routes for this year. And remote learning. How many students are we really talking about who would take the option of staying home next year for the year? No matter what we do in the district, we're giving that option next year. And it's not the same as homeschooling. It's basically remote schooling where we are involved with the family. Homeschooling is when we are not involved with the family. So there's a difference, and we do have at least 100 students right now that have are participating in that. We believe it will be more than 100 students. We're still working through student by student to make sure and confirm that the family understands what this all means. Staff HR process has been initiated, and in fact, it's almost completed at this point. We have asked our staff if they have concerns about coming back. There are concerns that are medical or childcare related. We have, laws that we have to follow in looking at our staff and whether they can return or not. Is there a medical issue that would keep them out of being in the facility? Or is there some sort of a childcare issue that they would have a bona fide reason why they couldn't be at work, whether it's a couple days a week or every day or whatnot. The United States Congress did pass in March an amendment to the FMLA law, which is the Family Medical Leave Act, which extends protections for any employee who has a childcare issue. So that is in effect right now that we're following that as well. We have consulted numerous times with the Staff Association, the Teachers Association, on many issues related to all of this in the plan. And they've also provided direct feedback, and that is in the plan itself right now. And finally, the pandemic response plan has been adjusted based on the survey results that we received from parents and staff, feedback from the association, feedback from the nurses, our physician, et cetera, and the state as well in guidance. So there's been a lot of adjustments, and those are in the actual document itself. So looking at surveys, parent surveys, and I'm not going to go through all this information. It was forwarded to the board, and we will be making all of this survey information available by link to all of our families tomorrow in an informational letter that I'll be sending out. But there's some things I thought would be interesting to highlight from the survey information. Supervision for children, not surprisingly, the response rate for our parents and guardians on that was most marked at the Wilson School in GMS 4-5, our elementary grades. That was the biggest percentage of parents who reported that they would have a hard time if we were in yellow or in the red zone at the beginning of the year, which is either a hybrid model or a all virtual model. We had a lot of parents and guardians saying that would be very challenging for them at the elementary level. Same thing with supporting children academically. We had about 2/3 of our parents across the board, pre-K through 12, say that was challenging to do. Independence and motivation, definitely a struggle of some kind, a concern of parents and guardians in motivating their children when they are at home and learning, especially in the last 3 months of the school year. And then another one that we've really been picking up on a little bit more is the emotional and social well-being of our students as they've been out of school for a long period of time now, since the middle of March. We have parents and guardians overwhelmingly reporting across the board that is certainly a very big concern of theirs. Other parent and staff survey data that we collected, again, this is just some of the data that we collected. Try to compare between staff and parents and showing, some alignment or unalignment with that data. And I put some things in yellow that you can, quickly look at, and then look at all this data at some other point. But basically, We did have strong support from, whether it was slightly important, or extremely important, pretty strong support amongst parents and staff for making sure that we are looking at social distancing in our schools and even limiting the number of students in classrooms and in the buildings if necessary. The support seemed to be stronger amongst our staff for that than our parents, but it was definitely important to a good majority of both. Some of these things the state has already made decisions on, and some of these are mandates at this point. For example, eliminating large group gatherings, that is in the state guidance, although we had strong support amongst parents and staff for making sure that we're not holding regular cafeteria sessions like we always do, assemblies, open houses, things like that. But the state has also weighed in and said that's something that they don't support at all. Keeping the playground off limits. This is something that the CDC has recommended at this point. I think our staff and our parents were mixed on this particular issue. I think the use of a playground or not having, when I say playground, I'm talking about the play structures, the jungle gyms. We will definitely be having students, if we have students on campus this fall, we'll be having students outdoors as much as possible. We like to have them outdoors for learning when the weather is good. And we also want them outside on the playground, having regular recesses, as we always did. What we're referring to at this point with this item is jungle gym equipment. There is CDC guidance that jungle gym equipment can be difficult to clean and maintain and keep free of any sort of germs that are coming from COVID or anything else, and that would be something that we should consider. I think this is one of those toss-ups that we have to keep thinking about. The state has weighed in on face masks. I prefer to call them face coverings at this point. I think that's the more generic language that we're using. The state did issue new guidance this week that said that all students and staff from all ages, from age 2 up, should be wearing a face covering while in school. So that one actually, even though we had asked it up in the survey, we didn't have that state guidance at the time. That one has been made for us. Avoiding shared materials, that had strong support across the board. Prohibiting visitors and parents from coming into the school. It's not that we want to keep people out of the schools, we just need to limit the amount of people that will be coming into contact with students and staff, and vice versa. And really making sure that the cohorts, the small groups of kids and teachers that are together, are staying together and they're not being exposed to larger groups of students, staff, parents, visitors, etc. And then finally, requiring health screenings at home. This is something that I know our health team has already provided some tips and guidelines that we'll be sharing with families and our staff on making sure that they're doing a quick screening before they leave for the day, and that also got very strong support. And then just another word about staff surveys. In the yellow level, which is the hybrid level, you can see that I shaded in balancing a work schedule while caring for my own children and family members. 47% of our staff overall across the district said that they would struggle with a balanced work schedule if the district was in a hybrid model. But that also pertains to other districts to which our staff live, if their own children's district is not on the same schedule that we are. About 50% of our staff live and work, obviously work, but live in our district, and 50% live outside the district. In the green level, for our staff, for the green, we had about 70%, and I want to just reiterate, the 47% I was talking about remarked that it was not a concern of theirs. In the yellow, in the green level, we had 70% of our staff saying balancing that work schedule was not a concern. So if we brought all of our students back, we would actually have staff that would be less concerned, and I think a lot of it is the staff that live in our district. already, and their children would be in green and would be in our district, so their concerns would be lessened by doing that. So substantial concerns would be about 30% overall if we were in the yellow zone for our staff, if they were trying to balance home and work, and overall about 8% if we were in the green level, having a substantial concern. Doesn't mean that there's not some concerns, but we've also asked for our staff for this information, and every staff member has a different set of circumstances. We have about 40 staff members right now that we're working through that would have some serious childcare issues depending on how we start the school year off. Then we asked our parents as well on the surveys, would you send your child to the facilities or would they access learning depending on what level we are on to start the school year off. In the red zone, we had 68% of our parents saying they would have their children access, 17% saying they were undecided, 15% of our parents saying no. I'm not sure if they're indicating possibly homeschooling their children is probably what I'm guessing was the no. For the yellow zone, that percentage went up quite a bit to 77%, and about 15% were undecided and 7% saying no. And for the green, again, it went back up. We had all students in. 83% of parents said that they would have their children access. 14% said they were undecided and 4% said no. We also are offering, as you remember, a remote school option. So some of those no's and undecideds are parents that are still weighing whether or not they would want their children to participate in that remote school option. As I mentioned earlier, we have at least 100 confirmed students right now, but I think it all depends on how we're really starting the year, whether or not parents might flip over to a remote school option or not. But right now we have about 100, and we're expecting that number probably could rise to 200. I'm expecting about 10% of our students probably accessing a remote school option by the time this is all at the end of the day.
Jeff, can I ask, is remote school, would you consider that the same as the red level, or is it a fourth option?
It's a fourth option. Is this Margot? I can't see you.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, my screen's not on. I just have this on. Yes, it's a fourth option. So if we're in the yellow level, our students are attending 2 days a week in the facilities, and they're at home learning 3 days a week. If a parent chooses the remote school option, they're committing basically to a school year of having their child at home no matter what the district is doing, whether we're in green, yellow, or red. So we are providing support for students when they're not in school and we're in the yellow level. So if they're on a Monday, Tuesday, and they're out of school Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at home learning, we will have some staff available for check-ins, for questions, not for instruction, but for those kind of office hours that students might need. With a remote school option, students or parents would be choosing for their children to have them out for the entire year. Again, we would have a separate staff group that would be working with those students as, again, just check-ins and having office hours, answering questions, but not instruction. So it is a separate option. I don't know if I answered your question, Margot.
You sort of did. I see in the chat, Kevin is asking for me to reiterate the specific question asked for this slide. So
no, Margot, I was asking Jeff to reiterate the specific question for that slide.
Thank you.
So reiterating the specific question would be, is the remote school a fourth option? I think is the question that I'm reiterating. Let me know if that's not right. But and so, yes, it is definitely a fourth option. And that's separate from any of the 3 zones or levels that we're calling it, green, yellow, or red. This is a separate option that parents can choose. And we've asked parents twice now if they can give us that information, once generically, and then the second time with their actual children's name and information so that we can follow up.
So is it likely that a teacher that is teaching in yellow is also responsible for providing remote support and oversight?
No, so most of our teachers will be in the facilities in the yellow zone anyway, teaching 4 days a week in the facility and 1 day at home. So in that case, they will not be providing virtual support for students. We would have other staff doing that. If we're in the yellow zone, we don't need as many staff in the actual facility providing in-person support because we only have half the students in the school at any one time. So we would be reassigning our staff to help with either virtual support when kids are not in the facility and having staff available for students who are whose parents have elected to keep them home for the entire school year. So those are two different things. But no, we're not expecting our teachers to do the virtual piece and be teaching physically in the facility if we're in the yellow zone.
I just want to chime in really quickly because we have a whole workshop dedicated to this towards the end. I wonder if we want to hold our questions as we go through this so that we can really utilize the workshop time, just because it gives us ability to kind of have more dialogue. Does that feel okay to everyone? Maybe give me a thumbs up if that, or a head nod. Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to revisit this because I know it's a little bit confusing.
Yeah. But Kevin is actually asking, what was the question that we asked to get to this data on this slide?
So we asked our families, you mean for just the remote school, Kevin, or for everything?
For everything.
Yeah, I don't have the question right in front of me, but basically the question had to do with, would your child access these levels that we asked each level? What is your comfort level in having your children access? And we described each level what it was. So I think some folks that said undecided or no were either thinking about homeschooling or they're thinking about having their child join the remote school option. I don't know if that answers your question, Kevin.
No, and look, my moment of pause and hesitation is Tyler's right that we're following this with a workshop. The reason for my question, though, for anybody playing along at home, is that will they access education? Will they access school? Will they access online learning within each of these? I just want to be clear about what that is. Will they access what?
So for the remote school option, we are looking at not necessarily following our curriculum. We're looking at a curriculum that would be an online curriculum for parents that want to choose that option. And it's because if we have a hybrid mix of learning at school plus at home, our teachers are going to be directing that learning, but they will not be supporting the virtual part of it, but they will be directing the learning that happens the other 3 days of the week. If we have a child that's in the remote school option, they would not have that. They would be accessing a curriculum that goes from A to Z during the school year. Having them on the exact same curriculum model wouldn't work because we would have children that are in school 2 days a week. And part of the curriculum is being in the building. So we cannot follow that same exact curriculum. So for the families that are choosing the remote school option, we are looking more at a packaged curriculum that follows our curriculum in a similar way, but is not exactly the way we would deliver that curriculum. I don't know if that helped.
Yes and no. I just so when we put this out on the website later, that question of if I'm looking at this slide without deep context, and I'm saying that the parent survey data summary, will your child access red zone, yellow zone, green zone? It just has to be, will they access what within that? So again, I know that we have a workshop coming afterwards, but I can feel the confusion that somebody may have looking at this slide.
Yeah, I mean, the red zone access is obviously 100% virtual. Everybody's at home in virtual mode. I think if, parents, if they wanted to, they can homeschool their child instead. The virtual at home is when teachers are instructing. We're looking at synchronous learning for the red zone. If we're in the red zone this year, that means that students will be logging in at 9 o'clock if they have a 9 o'clock class. The teacher will be teaching that class at 9 o'clock in the morning. We wouldn't have the length of periods or blocks or whatnot as we would in a normal school day, but we would be trying to follow some sort of schedule. So that's the access for the red zone. For the yellow zone, we're talking about with students be coming to our facilities and getting in-person instruction 2 days a week, and then 3 days a week at home learning. Those 3 days of at-home learning are a follow-up to the 2 days school option. It means that students are accessing a mostly independent curriculum that's aligned with our curriculum, but it's not the same thing. And where parents are doing most of the instructing, or the kids are, it's more of a self-teaching model, where we have support from some staff members who can answer questions and check in with students and make sure they're in a good place, but are not doing instruction. So that's basically what students are accessing.
Jeff, are we going to require the parents to sign something? Because I can just see they're going to expect bells and whistles from the staff and everything, and all of a sudden they get into this thing and it isn't what they kind of thought. So are we going to give them saying, okay, you're stuck with this thing, don't sue us or whine or do anything else?
Peter, no, because basically this state law says we have to take students whenever they're ready to come back. So if a parent tries it out for their child in mid-October, they say this isn't working, we want our child to come back to school, then we would obviously welcome them right back.
Okay.
I don't think we really can't do it.
Okay.
We're asking parents to make a commitment as much as possible, because for planning purposes, especially if we're in yellow, we've got to be able to social distance kids, and we've got to have about a 50% model where we have 50% of our kids in classrooms. So it'd be very difficult to do if a lot of parents are choosing, later to send their children back. So we're hoping that most parents will stick it out if they're telling us that that's what they're planning to do. I'm just going to go on at this point. I know some of this will probably come back up at the workshop. As you know, these are the the 3 levels. I won't go through those again. The potential state guidance. This is where I'm making a somewhat of a leap of faith here and letting you know what I think the state guidance is going to be based on the best information that I have right now. I attend weekly meetings about all of this stuff and what's going on in the county and the state level, to try to make sure that I'm in sync with what's going on. So as you know, the governor did say July 31st would be when the Department of Education will be releasing advisories to all districts in the state, letting us know what level they think we should be starting school in. It's an advisory only. It's not a mandate. I'm anticipating that our advisory will probably be yellow overall, which means a hybrid model, and it's based on the CDC data and transmission rates in Cumberland County. So it's based on the county that we're in. There's other parts of the state that will be green, many parts of the state that will probably be green and advise that they can return to a more typical schedule. But in Cumberland County and York County, I would not be surprised if we're all in yellow, or most of us. I do think that advisory will be couched in language, though, that would allow us to have our elementary students, pre-K through 5, return on a more typical schedule 100%, starting at the beginning of the year. And that's just based on information that I've heard in meetings that I've been in. It also is based on the change in advisory, the CDC advisory and the State Department of Education advisory, which changed very recently within the last week or so. that allows 3-foot distancing now as a minimum instead of 6 feet. 3-foot distancing allows students for us to have a more typical number of students in a classroom than 50%. Although the state is still saying the ideal arrangement is 6 feet of social distancing, which we would not be able to do in a typical number of students in a classroom, 20 to 25. So I think that's the advisory we're going to get. I'm taking a leap of faith based on what I've been told and what I know today. But I would not be surprised if that's where the state lands with us and this county. And I think that, I think the big question for us is, do we start all of our students in yellow, or do we start our elementary students in green and our secondary students in yellow? And by the way, the secondary students have not come up as a topic of discussion, at least at the state level, in terms of changing from yellow to green at this time. And I think it's because there's some scientific data that shows that in higher transmission areas, such as Cumberland County, older students are more susceptible to transmission than younger children. So more about the green level. Again, it's more typical. We would have enhanced safety and general protocols, as I'll discuss in a couple minutes. Our buses would have more typical numbers in them. Fridays, the county had a vote. The superintendents in Cumberland County had a vote to go with Fridays as the staff planning day, at-home school learning day that's consistent across all of our districts. We needed some consistency on that. There are a couple of districts that will not be observing the Friday, that we've already been told that will not be observing that. But for those districts, that means that they're not aligned to our vocational center. We want to make sure that we're continuing to be aligned with our vocational centers. We actually send students to PATHS and to the Westbrook Vocational Center. And in getting out of line with what the county is doing, our students that attend those facilities would be losing out. So we want to make sure that we're lined up with that. And then this is an obvious one, obviously, by going to Fridays as the staff planning day and at-home learning day that's consistent across the board, we would not be observing early release Wednesdays during the time that this plan is in effect. For yellow, I'm not going to go through the black ink. That was I did that on June 8th, but I'll go through the red ink that's been changed. Instead of saying 50% of our students in a school or classroom, we're using more of the state nuanced language, which is reducing the number of students in classrooms and schools based on the most current social distancing guidelines. We're striving for 50% if we're in the yellow level, which is the hybrid level. A maximum of 24 students on a bus at one time if we're in the yellow level, or the current CDC guidelines. So we did get some information from the state that they would find 24 students acceptable. I think at first we thought it would be 12 students, which isn't feasible, but that has been updated. We also need to look at consolidating our bus routes in the yellow zone to make sure that we have students that are, especially our older students, are walking more to the bus stop, that we're not doing stopping at every driveway. We try to do as much of that as possible because we're a rural district, but at the same time, it does delay our ability to work off of a new school schedule, and I'll be discussing that in just a minute, so that we can make all of this work in the yellow zone. We've taken a good look at our bus routes and the time that it would take to pull this off, and we're going to have to change some of our routes to make it work. Also in the red ink under number 6, the 2 days that are consistent are no longer Monday, Wednesdays, and Tuesday, Thursdays. There's several districts in Cumberland County that have discussed this, and we're one of the ones that are now recommending that we go with a Monday, Tuesday, and a Wednesday, Thursday for consistency's sake. We think it will be better for students and for teachers, so they don't have to keep flip-flopping every other day. That they've got students, for teachers to have students come in for 2 days and really and have some consistency with those students for 2 days in a row, we think is better for students and for our staff. Final decisions on cohort assignment rest with building principals. We know that if we're in the yellow and we're assigning to an A or a B cohort, that we're going to get requests from parents. We are going to try as hard as possible to keep families on the same schedule as much as we can. Our administrators have been working together very closely, and they've already started that process of doing that. If we're in the yellow zone, we can't promise, but we're going to do our best. And we would just say that, I know there'll be people that will say, I want, my child to be in that cohort for X number of reasons. We're just not going to be able to honor it. If a principal can honor it, they'll do it. But we're asking that nothing beyond the level of the building principal on these kinds of issues be brought forward. I think it would be very chaotic. We have a short time frame to get all of this in order, and we really need our principals to be able to make those assignments, and so we can move on with the other planning that needs to be done. And then again about the Fridays, it would be at home student learning, but no remote instruction. I don't think I made that as clear in the June 8th presentation, but I wanted to kind of follow up and put that in red. And then early release Wednesdays, I put that as a subject to change only if for some dire reason the county flipped its decision to Wednesdays. Wednesdays were discussed at one point. At this point, I think the county is committed. We've talked about this too many times for us not to be committed. But I did put subject to change because that could be. I don't know, Tyler, if you want me to stop at this point and take questions before I move on to the rest of the presentation, or just keep going.
My gut says let's save our questions for the workshop. That's the whole point of having it. We also have a few more things on our agenda before the workshop. So as long as everybody can feel like they can remember their questions, I feel like you can keep going.
Okay. Our district physician, which hopefully you'll approve tonight, but has again been working with us just to get us up to speed, has recommended that we consider planning as much as possible for the first 4 months of school. I think initially we had talked about going to Thanksgiving if we're in the yellow mode especially, but we're now being encouraged to think about the holidays. That there's nuance with that, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. The green ink is, I just added that we do, again, need those extra days at the beginning of the year. So instead of starting school September 1st, we're asking the board to approve September 8th, a week later. And I put a couple reasons down. We need to do some curriculum realignment with our staff. We need to look at our standards and what are the most essential standards that a student needs to get through a grade level or course. And we also need to do extensive training with our staff if we're in the yellow or green zone around safety. And there's a lot of safety pieces that our nurses have been discussing, and there's a lot of safety trainings that we're going to have to provide our staff. So we're going to need those 5 staff days at the beginning of the year instead of 2. Stressing the importance of outdoor classroom learning during the fall months. We're really going to be pushing our teachers, our students to be outside as much as possible, to get outdoors, on good days. I think fall is a beautiful time of year in Maine, and I think it would lend itself well to having more outdoor learning during the first 3 months at least. We have looked at our lunchroom situation in each school a little bit more, and at first I had said students would eat exclusively in the classrooms if we were in yellow or even in green at the beginning of the year. We have looked at, with our physician and nurses, doing a kind of a hybrid model with a cafeteria, where we might have 50 students in the cafeteria at a time, socially distanced across the room. And we would be able to provide lunches in the cafeteria once a week for students. So they'd be in twice a week if they're in the yellow zone. They would be able to eat in the cafeteria once a week in a rotation. Or I think it's either once a week or once every 2 weeks, depending on the school that we looked at. So we thought that was important. I think that's something we're still discussing, but I just wanted to add that that's definitely on the table. Our athletic program is being governed right now by the MPA. August 3rd is still the target date. That was moved from July, and we're still waiting for more information. And we're also making it really clear that there's no in-person performances, concerts, et cetera, during the first 4 months of school. We won't be having music concerts. We won't be having in-person open houses or events. We'll be trying to do those things virtually as much as we can. Gifted and talented services, we've decided would be remote, especially in the yellow zone. I'm not sure about the green zone, but it was very problematic in looking at gifted and talented clusters of students that we usually put into our schedule, and we just could not make it work K through 8 to do those services. And most of the services are delivered actually grades 3 to 8. And then finally, this is an important one for the first 4 months of school. We had to adjust our start and end times to make way for about 50% of our parents. Thank you to these parents who said that they would probably be able to drop their children off at school instead of riding the bus. It helps with social distancing on the bus no matter what level we're in. And we really appreciate parents being flexible about that. In order to accommodate that, we've adjusted our hours so that we have more time for parents to be able to drop their children off. There's a wider window of time because we know that the campus will be congested. So we've got a 25-minute buffer for the elementary where most of the students obviously would be dropped off. For secondary, most of our students that don't ride the bus drive themselves or ride with a friend. So we didn't feel like we needed that wide of a time frame. But that means our times at the beginning and end of the school day are changing slightly in order to accommodate that. So the school day will be slightly shorter, both at the elementary and secondary, not much, but it'll be enough so that we can safely get parents in and out of the campus as well as our buses. And we'll be providing all this information to parents in separate communications that will be going out. So for safety in yellow and green, things that have changed since June 8th, the state has changed this one. 3 feet of social distance is a minimum. 6 feet is ideal. That's their guidance now. Face coverings are required of all students and staff age, it says grades 2 through 12. I think we still have a little bit of room to maneuver around pre-K, K, and 1 in terms of having students wear face masks all day long. But I think at this point, given the state guidance, it would be hard pressed for me to recommend any of the students in our schools not being required to wear face masks. Face mask or face covering breaks built in throughout the day, not just recess or lunch, but we need to have those breaks built in for everyone and how to do that safely. I think our nurses will be helping us with that. But we've got to allow our students and our staff to have breaks from having to wear a face covering throughout the school day. Marking 6-foot standing spaces on floors near doors, bathrooms, sinks, etc., where students congregate or line up. We're going to try not to have students congregating and lining up, but when they need to, such as using a more common restroom or using the water fountain, we're going to be discouraging water fountains as much as possible and having students bring their own water bottles, but we also know that students have got to fill up during the day, and that's still going to be an issue. So we're going to need to make sure that we have markings in certain places. The library is another one, the office, any sort of common areas in our schools, we're going to need to be marking just like you would see in a grocery store. School nurse clinics, we're already doing that right now. Our nurse clinics need to be retrofitted for sick and well areas. Right now, we don't have that distinguishing, except for the middle school clinic. We don't have that in the other 2 clinics. So we are making that happen right now. We've hired Doten's Construction to come in and do that. Governor's latest quarantine orders. The governor's latest quarantine order right now, I believe she's listed 5 states that are allowable to re-enter Maine without quarantining, but there are still states like Massachusetts where she has not issued that yet. We're expecting Massachusetts to come soon. That will help. But for people who are taking their children back to school for college, and are going to southern states, for example, and their staff members, we may have a situation at the end of August that we're dealing with in terms of quarantine. So that's something that we've just got in our mind, and we're trying to get that information. We have already purchased clear masks for students and staff who don't come with them to school. We have a lot on hand. We've purchased clear masks for students in our ELL program, special ed programs, speech language programs. Those are more expensive masks, but we need them for those particular programs. And then for students that are in programs such as the functional life skills, behavioral programs, who may not be able to tolerate a face covering for the day, we're going to have an alternative shields that we provide, and we've already purchased those for a number of our students and staff to have additional, personal protective equipment on hand. And we'll also have it on hand for staff members in particular who feel more comfortable having an added layer of personal protection equipment. The self-screening checklist, we had encouraged it earlier, but we are now requiring it. That's also a state requirement. And we do have a checklist that we'll be making available to parents when we get closer to school. All meetings, trainings, conferences would be done virtually. That means staff meetings, IEP meetings for the first 4 months of school. At least will all continue to be virtual to the greatest extent possible. And even if all of our staff are on campus, we're going to continue to do that. Most of our meetings involve a lot of people, well beyond 15 or so people in a room, and we are trying to limit those kinds of gatherings. Factors that could impact this plan in the next few weeks. Additional state guidance, obviously on July 31st. We'll get that guidance, hopefully. There could be more after that. The Cumberland County decisions, I had mentioned the Friday, hopefully it's staying Friday, but it's possible it could change. The school community, if there are any COVID cases, we have to work with the CDC about what that means. It doesn't mean that we're closing the district down. If we have a case, a COVID case that comes up during the school year with a student or multiple students or a staff member or multiple staff members, because we're doing the cohort piece and keeping students in smaller groups and staff members in smaller groups, we probably will be able to, based on state guidance on this, close a classroom or close a couple of classrooms that are in the vicinity and not the entire school or not the entire district. That's the plan that we have in place. We'll be consulting with our district physician as well when we do that, as well as the CDC. If we have to, we might have to close an entire school building. If we do that, I'm hopeful that we're not closing all of our school buildings. So that's kind of the tiered approach that we're looking at this. It doesn't mean because we have a COVID case that comes up that we're automatically closing our district's facilities down. Minimum staffing levels, that's always a concern. We could start off the year, if we're in yellow, for example, we have enough of our staff, but we might get into November or December, and we might not have enough staff for several days or a couple of weeks even. And if that's the case, we might have to go into the red zone if we don't have enough staff to meet the needs of our students. And that is just something I'm saying up front. This could be a school year where we're going back and forth at times between levels. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope we can stick to levels, but it is possible that that could happen. And then the last one that could impact that I can think of at this point are significant drops in student attendance. If we have for several days just a drastic drop in our attendance rates, and I can't give you a percentage right now, but that would be in consultation with our physician and with CDC, then we would probably need to close at least one building or maybe all the buildings, depending on the scenario that we're dealing with. So those are things that we'll be watching. Unresolved in this plan. So are we starting all of our grades at the beginning of the school year, September 8th, in yellow? Are we starting secondary in yellow, in our elementary grades in green? If that becomes the official state advisory or allowance that the state allows at the end of the month. Are we our face coverings, I think I kind of answered this one. This might be a resolved question, but I think there's still probably a discussion on this that needs to happen at the board level. Face coverings for all of our students, or are we still trying to be a little more flexible with face coverings for pre-K, K, and 1 students? And then again, unresolved, I had mentioned the Friday versus Wednesday. That would be, the only reason that would change is because the county has changed. So next steps at this point, July 21st, tomorrow, I will be putting out an updated parent guardian update. I've already put out a staff update in the last few days, and I'll be putting out an update to parents, just letting them know that the plan, didn't go for an approval tonight. It will go on August 3rd, but also just some new information and anything I can share with them. Links to this presentation plus the updated plan will also be going to parents tomorrow. August 3rd is the scheduled approval of this plan, the pandemic plan, for the board to make that decision. If that is approved, then August 4th, I will be putting out communication to parents about the opening of year and our staff, and with pretty solid information about how I expect the school year to start at that point, given that there still is a little over a month between that date and September 8th. And something could change, and if it does change, most likely it would be me making that decision at that point, or the state is making that decision, because we're probably talking about something in a timely fashion that needs immediate answer. The week of August 10th, schools would hopefully be, well, this is the date we're setting for ourselves. If we're in the yellow level, or if our secondary is in yellow and our elementary is in green, whoever's in yellow will be notified by, the students and families will be notified of the cohort assignment. And that's basically, that cohort A or cohort B that I mentioned earlier, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, Thursday. So A is Monday, Tuesday, B is Wednesday, Thursday, at home learning on Friday for all. So the week of August 10th, building principals will be putting that information out to families, notifying them of their children's cohort assignment if they're in yellow, if we're in yellow. And then September 8th, we're still on track at this point to begin the school year off if the plan is approved by the board, which would allow us to delay the school year to September 8th. And I should mention this, the state has already, they haven't put this officially out, but they've verbally said that they will be, again, this school year giving us wide flexibility in how we manage the school year, as long as we're making a good faith effort to educate students that we don't have to be at the 175-day mark exactly. We can be a little bit off if we need to be, like we were in the last half of the school year. So that's something that's already been verbally given to us. So I'm sorry that was a long presentation, but I know there's a lot of information that needed to be out, and I'm going to flip back over.
Thank you, Jeff. And thanks for everybody's patience as we kind of navigate in and out of this conversation between the rest of the agenda items and the workshop ahead of us. I did receive a message from Andy that the association wanted to give a statement. They didn't make it in for the public comment time, but I think given the situation and also knowing that most board members, after speaking with most everybody over the weekend, had asked for a statement from the association, I am happy to allow that to happen. And by no means is that a response to Jeff's presentation. It's just the timing of how this fell into place. So Joan is here. Great. So go ahead, Joan. You're muted.
I think I'm okay now. Thank you for letting me in. Outside of the agenda, I had made the request earlier, and I appreciate the technical stuff that went behind the scenes to let me in. I am, just for the new board members, I am Joan Gild, and I am the MSAD 51 Education Association President. We have a number of teachers, I think, viewing tonight, and I also want to let you know that Rebecca Pruente is our new Vice President, and I just wanted to let you know that we typically come to the meetings, and we're here tonight. And as you workshop, just know I know you have a lot of things to go through, but I just wanted to say hello and thank you for all the work that you're doing. We continue to get feedback from teachers, and we really appreciate being able to add our voice and input in any of the scenarios that you are looking at tonight. And we just want you to know that we're here if you have questions, and certainly tonight or going forward. So that's all I wanted to say. Just say hi and introduce myself for you and the public out there too.
Thank you so much, Joan. Really appreciate it.
Okay.
So now we will continue on back to Jeff for superintendent's report.
Okay, back for the superintendent's report. And this is a brief report this week. I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that. On my blog, hopefully it will go out tomorrow. We have a new modular unit, as you know, you approved, and there's the budget. We have in the budget a new modular unit. I have had a chance to walk around. I took a few pictures, and these are the photos that, just some photos if you have a chance to drive by. It's not open right now. We have a lot of work that needs to still get done inside the building. But Schiavi built this portable unit, this modular unit, for our purpose. So it is brand new. It is, in terms of a modular unit, I didn't think I'd ever say these words in the same sentence as a modular unit, but it's a beautiful building. I am very proud that we have this building, and I'm very grateful to the board for the support to have it in the budget. I think it was the right decision. It will definitely get us through the next 3 years. At this point, I should never say definitely, who knows? We might have an enrollment surge that requires us to add more, but at this point, from what we're forecasting, I believe it will get us through the next 3 years. And it has 8 rooms. It is all one unit, unlike the 3 units that we had that were old, that were hard to access, that took up a lot of space, were very cumbersome, and were not aesthetically pleasing, nor were they comfortable for students and staff inside. I mean, let's be honest, it just wasn't what we were expecting in terms of a long-term solution. I believe this is a longer-term solution. I'm very pleased with it. It takes up the exact same, or very close to the same footprint that we had the other 3 old units, and we have 2 additional classrooms that we're getting out of this unit. I think the best part of this, though, is that it is a self-contained unit of 8 rooms. The photos below are, again, this was just put on site, and there's a lot of work that needs to be put in to kind of, make it a little more homey and clean it up. But it's a really clean and comfortable environment. On the left-hand side on the bottom, you'll see that's the hallway. As you enter, there are 2 double-door exterior doors for entering and exiting the building, and that's it. It's a very safe unit. Those doors will remain locked during the school day. There are 8 different classrooms. There are 2 sets of bathrooms in the middle of the unit. There's also a small staff workroom in the middle, and the classrooms are really a good size, nice and spacious. I don't know if the picture really does it justice, but walking in those rooms, they really had a nice feel to them, good size and very comfortable. I think, just the whole HVAC system, heating and cooling will be much more regulated and comfortable for our students and staff. I was very impressed with what Schiavi has done for us, and feel really fortunate that we have this particular unit on our grounds. All of our 2nd grade classrooms will be moving out here. I think it will be nice for the teachers to be together in that grade, and to be able to do some things together. Obviously, social distancing and cohorting will be extremely important, but at least there'll be some contact there, which we really didn't have that ability to do with the old modular units that we had. So I'm really pleased with how this came out. I think it's really better than I expected. I'd like to just take a moment to remember I did put out a statement a couple of weeks ago, and I know a lot of people knew Daphne Sprague. She was in ed tech in our district, I believe, for over 30 years at 3 different schools, and Daphne is just a wonderful person. Always enjoyed my conversations with her. She's just a great person, and it really is unbelievable to think that the school year will be starting without her. She was the advisor of the GMS 4-5 newspaper. She did that for many, many years. Always had tons of kids that wanted to do it. And I really think it was because of Daphne. She made it fun for the kids. And that was just the way she was. She was very, just a soft talker and very soothing with kids. Just a wonderful human being. And there, so many people are going to miss her. And I'm very sorry to report that, but I think, just celebrating Daphne and remembering her life and what she did for students. She committed her life to doing that. And I think that's, I would hope that that's how we can remember her best. And I think that's how she'd want to be remembered. I'd like to congratulate GMS students, Maddie Yates and Meredith Cloutier. I'm sorry, there is a spelling, it should be Cloutier. They were not only finalists for the New York Times podcast contest, but Meredith ended up being a runner-up, and Maddie was an honorable mention. Very few students were recognized for this honor, so they're one of just a small group. I've put those links on there if people want to look at those tomorrow when the blog goes out. Did some amazing work for that great honor. And as Tyler mentioned, I just want to thank the voters of Cumberland and North Yarmouth for their continued generous support of our district budget. I had a chance to visit Kathy Kearney's gifted and talented middle school students. About 15 of them came for summer camp for a week. They had wanted to do a summer history camp, and I got invited to do a little segment. I went in and talked about a time when Richard Nixon actually snuck out of the White House in 1970 when he was the president, went over to the Lincoln Memorial and debated with Vietnam War protesters at 4:30 in the morning for a couple of hours about why they were protesting him in the war. So it was an interesting segment. The kids were really, a lot of them actually knew something about it or already had information about it, even though it's a very, a footnote in history. So that was fun, and I really thank Kathy for doing that for the students and giving them another week of history this summer. We're in summer cleaning mode. This is a photo of Mabel Wilson's school today, actually. We are completely deep cleaning everything so that we can get ready to also install COVID-related upgrades in our facilities. So trying to get the deep cleaning out of the way and then getting the COVID pieces. And I've put a few items in there that we're doing with COVID. We're putting a lot of plexiglass shields up in different areas that are more high traffic. We are retrofitting the nurse's office. We have dividers for small groups and classrooms with tables, putting the 6-foot interval markers on, along with other things. So that is the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Jeff. So we will move on to our items for action. Clearly, we've already sworn in and approved our new members. So the next item is to certify the election results from July 14th, 2020, budget validation referendum. I wonder, Mike Simmons, would you be interested in doing this vote?
I suppose. You mean just to run the roll call, or what do you?
No, to do the recommended vote. I have a feeling we have to read the entire.
Oh, okay, hold on. I got to pull it up. I don't have it up right now. Why don't you go ahead if you have it up, because it'll take me a minute.
Okay. Do we need to read the whole thing, or can we say so moved?
I would do it as presented.
Great. So go ahead, Mike. Do it as presented.
All right. I'd like to recommend the board vote for the computation declaration of votes as presented.
Thank you, Mike. Do I have a second?
Second, Desmond.
Thank you, Kevin. Any discussion? I do believe that we are waiting to confirm that we can use our electronic signatures related to this. So I don't know when that's going to happen, but Jeff and Scott are finding out that information.
Yes,
Correct.
Scott.
Yeah, I think we can use electronic, or I believe we can use the roll call. I'll take a look at the form when I get back into the office. But there's a form that Jeff will sign off on, and I think there's an enrollment validation that we'll use. I would just suggest that the vote also contain that you're declaring that the budget has passed, and also that the capital reserve question passed.
Okay. So Mike, why don't you say
the vote?
Amend.
All right, I'll revise that motion. I would like to move that the computation and declaration of votes which indicate the passage of the budget and of the capital reserve be approved by the board.
I'd like to second again.
Kevin? No more discussion, I am assuming, and I will move on to Paul. So Peter Bingham,
Yes.
Kevin Desmond,
Yes.
Margot Harrington,
Yes.
Ann Maximovich,
Yes.
Tyler McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin,
Yes.
Mike Simmons,
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart,
Yes.
Mike Williams,
Yes.
Elias Leggett Barr,
Yes.
and then Madison Dalton.
Yes.
All right, thank you all. Next, we will move to appointing of the or appointment of the district physician health officer. And Jeff, can you give a little introduction of him and the work that's been done to date?
Yes, Dr. Charles Desai is the district physician that we're recommending for appointment tonight. Dr. Desai is a retired general practitioner. Basically, he's worked with pediatric and family medicine for at least 35, 40 years. He also has been working with other school systems, including Falmouth and Bonnie Eagle School District. He's worked with a lot of nonprofit organizations. He came highly recommended to us from the health nurses, school nurses from Falmouth. And I feel very fortunate that we have a very strong physician that has been so far already just jumping in and very active and giving us advice on a lot of different avenues. As I mentioned earlier, he's meeting with the administrators and the nurses every single week for meetings so we can go through things in terms of COVID. He's very knowledgeable. He's very much up on the science behind these things, and I'm very pleased to be able to recommend him this evening.
Thank you, Jeff. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Jennifer Stewart.
Second, Peter Bingham.
Thank you. Any discussion around this?
I just have a question. When I was reading I guess it says resume, what I picked up on is that he has practiced medicine for a long time, but he is not currently practiced. And I feel like the situation that we're finding ourselves in is related to all new information. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to how connected he is to practicing physicians who might be infectious disease focused. I guess I'm just, I don't know what our liability is in terms of this coming year. And I just want to make sure that we have someone that we can point to, confidently.
Yeah, I can't speak to his, who he's talking to or what, practitioners he's still connected with. But I can say that the information he's given us has been very current information for things to think about. I think his work in 2 other school systems doing the same exact role has helped keep him very current in the field, especially around schools and what's practicable for the school community. I think having a medical physician it's important. It's something that state statute requires anyway. But having a physician who understands schools and how things actually operate in schools, I think, is even more important. We've had numerous physicians over the years who've all been great. They're great physicians. But I think it's hard to find a physician that's really got the knowledge about the school environment and understands how schools operate and what makes sense and what does not make sense. And I feel like Dr. Desai has got that knowledge base. And I think, again, it's many years of working with other school systems and keeping current in this field. And he was a long time, he was a licensed physician in the state of Maine. And he's still a current licensed physician in the state of Maine at this point.
Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I'd like to also mention that, when we were looking for the school physician, we actually reached out to and checked references and reached out to Falmouth and several other districts who had used Chuck. We also had an interview process that involved the 4 nurses in the district, myself and Julie, who interviewed and made a recommendation on Chuck to be the district doctor. He's amazing. He's worked very well with us and very well connected on all the current stuff. I mean, he's very well read and on top of everything. So he's a breath of fresh air for the district in terms of having somebody that we can go to. He's been invaluable in the planning of where we're heading. And the other thing we did is we separated out our employee workers' compensation from the district doctor. So our district doctor is now 100% focused on working with the nurses and working with the administration on the whole issues around COVID, opening schools. So he's not distracted with employee injuries. All the employee injury stuff and workers' compensation, we've moved to Concentra in Portland. So we bifurcated those pieces out, which I think has also helped us immensely during this time. So.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scott. Anne, you have a question?
Yeah, I was just curious if there were any concerns about him taking on this role when he is already the physician for 2 other districts, and if 3 districts would be spreading him too thin.
I think, Anne, I would be concerned if he was a full-time practitioner, but he's retired. So he basically, I think this is something he does on the side now that he is retired. And that's kind of how he described it when he said he was interested in taking on our district as well. We did check that out to ask him if that was something that he'd be comfortable with. And he said, absolutely. It's a low commitment role. I mean, in the past, sometimes we would only have 2 or 3 communications with our district physician during a particular year. I know this year is obviously very different than other years, but that just couldn't be the kind of communication that we could have. He's able to join meetings in other districts, and he's involved our district for 6 weeks now in his schedule. So it's been something that he's been able to maintain without a problem. We have a standing meeting with him. The nurses have a standing meeting with him as well each week, and he's always been able to make those meetings, and it doesn't seem to be an issue. He wants to continue those standing meetings throughout the school year as well, which we need him for.
Jeff, would you also agree that his actually working for the other schools has been more beneficial to us than a hindrance, because it's basically connecting all of us together with what we're dealing with?
Yeah, actually, that reminded me of, he'll thread me in on emails that he's had with another superintendent, which is the Bonnie Eagle superintendent or Falmouth superintendent. He'll include me. Same thing when I ask a question, he'll include the other 2 superintendents. So I think for him, it's probably doing things in a consolidated way when these issues come up. They're pertinent issues for all 3 of our districts.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so now that we've done discussion, we have a second. Let's do another roll call. Peter Bingham.
Yes.
Do you have a pen next to you in your lap?
Yeah, this is Gracie in her summer uniform.
All right, Kevin Desmond,
Yes.
Margot Harrington,
Yes.
Ann Maximovich,
Yes.
Tyler McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin,
Yes.
Mike Simmons,
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart,
Yes.
Mike Williams,
Yes.
Elias Leggett Barr,
Yes.
and Madison Dalton.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you all. All right. The next item on our agenda is for the approval of the professional positions. It looks like, in our packets, we were given any information related to these positions. Hopefully everyone has had a chance to review that. We are able to vote these three together. So may I have a motion for this vote?
I would move as presented. Peter Bingham.
Thank you, Peter. In a second.
Second, Kate Perrin.
Thank you, Kate. Any discussion?
Tyler, I
Yep.
have a quick question. Which professionals do we vote on? I know that we've voted on ones in the past, but I assume that there's ed techs or other things that don't come before us, and I'm just wondering if Jeff could clarify how that works, just for my own knowledge.
Sure.
Yep. So that, Jennifer, is all by state statute. So state statute says that local school boards are required to vote on administrators and teachers and anyone in what they consider a professional level position. That terminology is old and outdated, and I know that, but that's the state language for it. That just means that anyone that has a certificate from the state of Maine to do teaching or related services would come before the board, or administrators, or a specialist. So a school psychologist, speech language, ELL, gifted and talented, any of those positions would also come before the board. For what we call support staff, again, that's a state term, which is ed techs, custodians, food service, bus drivers, and I'm forgetting, who am I forgetting? Maintenance. Those staff members are basically just come to me and I sign off and approve it. It doesn't go to the board. And again, that's allowable under state law.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, so we'll do another roll call. We only have a few of these left as far as roll call. So Peter Bingham,
Yes.
Kevin Desmond,
Yes.
Margot Harrington,
Yes.
Ann Maximovich,
Yes.
Tyler McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin,
Yes.
Mike Simmons,
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart,
Yes.
Mike Williams,
Yes.
Elias Leggett Barr,
Yep.
and Madison Dalton.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. The last item for action on our agenda is the second reading of policy IKF. This is the second time that we have reviewed this. I know it is new for Madison and also for Mike. So what I'll do is we'll do a motion in a second and then we can open it up for discussion. So do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion. I, Ann Maximovich, make a motion to approve policy IKF, graduation requirements as presented.
Thank you. And a second?
Second, this is Mike Simmons.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, we have two mics now, just like before, a couple years ago. So we'll open it up for discussion and welcome any questions. I know one question I had, and a few of us have been on the committee as this was, how will this affect this year, being implemented this year, knowing that this year is going to be different? I wonder, Mike, I know Chris Hoffman is not here, but Mike or Margot, do you remember if the 0.25 credit is specific to the advisory program? Does that sound correct?
I do remember, and yes, that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
So I think it'll depend how we find our school year unfolding, whether or not that program will be fully affected.
Right. Okay. Does anyone else have any questions or discussion around this policy?
Tyler, should we be voting on this policy now and implementing this, since there is such question around the upcoming school year, or should it be tabled until later?
That's a great question. And to be fully honest, I'm not sure of that process. This is my first time doing this. So, Margot?
Jennifer, I think what Chris Hoffman was hoping was that it would be in place, most especially for the science requirement, because it has kind of a rolling effect, and he's we were attempting to increase the science requirement as early as possible, because it makes a big difference for the department to have that more equal, and also for the social studies aspect. I think the advisory, if the school year is different than what we're expecting, I would imagine that could be negotiated, that credit.
Yeah, I think the only change that would happen, depending on the school year that we're going into, is probably the advisory piece, which is 0.25 credits per year. So a student that's graduating in the class of 2021, for example, was supposed to graduate with 18 credits, and now will be graduating with 18.25 credits, because for each year they have an advisory of 0.25 credits that they would be getting for a total of 1 credit per year. I think that's the only piece that might be on the table as a question mark, given the year that we're going into. I don't think the year that we're going into, whether we're in yellow, red, green, will impact the social studies requirements, for example, that are going from 2 to 3. And as Margot mentioned, the science, there's some changes in the science piece as well that would be impacted. And then there's some additional electives or opportunities for electives as well. Those wouldn't be, students will still be taking the same number of courses, whatever level they're in. Those, if they're in the yellow level, for example, and we're in school 2 days a week, we're going to have an abbreviated schedule, but students would all still be touching those subject areas with their teachers while they're in school on those 2 days. That's our plan right now. The only thing, again, that might be off the table could be advisory, depending on how this year goes. But everything else would apply, and I think we would just deal with advisory as we deal with it, and it would just be a reduction in that requirement for this year.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. And you have a question as well?
No, that was
yeah. Jennifer, did that feel like your question is answered, knowing that there's flexibility with this policy once it's approved?
I guess, would we then approve to take the advisory credits off if we are in yellow and they aren't able to earn that 0.25 advisory credit?
I don't think so. I think you can approve the policy as it is, and then administratively we would take that into consideration for kids. Chris has, as the high school principal, he has the ability to waive requirements as the principal anyway. And we do that individually with students if they need an alternative program. He's the one that approves an alternative program. So this would fall into the same category. If we have an unusual school year that we're in, and advisory just isn't going to fit into the schedule, then I think administratively we can go ahead and make that change off the record. I don't know if I'd want to have it taken off now.
Okay.
Before we know really if we can make that work or not.
Okay. I just don't want to make more work for the administrators in trying to remove something that's been put in. So, okay.
I think we would just, if we know that we're going to have a difficult year going in and it's September, I think Chris would communicate with students and parents that we're not going to pursue the advisory program for maybe the first half a year, or however, whatever he feels is the best way to approach this. So.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, so second to last roll call, Peter Bingham.
Yes.
Kevin Dudley,
Yes.
Margot Harrington,
Yes.
Ann Maximovich,
Yes.
Claire McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin,
Yes.
Mike Simmons,
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart,
Yes.
Mike Williams,
Yes.
Elias Leggett Barr,
Yep.
and Madison Dalton.
Yes.
Okay, great. So that gets us to the end of action items and allows us to move into workshop. So this proves to be a bit tricky to have real dialogue in a virtual screen like this. So I think the best way to frame this, and Jeff, I want to ask you to remind the board what you're hoping to walk away with tonight so that we can remind ourselves with our questions to really be able to achieve a goal for you to bring back to administration before our vote. Oh, yeah, I do. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for your patience while this is my first run on this. So we do have a facilities update. This is important Kevin is going to give us an update on the primary school building project, as well as Scott was going to give us an update on COVID-related facility updates throughout the campus. So thank you, Kevin.
No, it wasn't that I was looking for something else to do. You're doing fine. I just figured it would come up later. So thank you. There's a couple things, and Jeff did quite a bit of what I had prepped for. The first piece within your packets, you have a document that is the RFQ, which may be a mystery until you take some time to read that. But here's what this is about. So after you remember when we've talked about our approach over here in North Yarmouth, after discussions and some information back from the Yarmouth Water District, it became very clear that there were insurmountable challenges on that North Yarmouth property. So the committee recommended that we don't continue with that site. So as part of that piece, it leaves us in this situation where we don't have any land to look at. The document that you have within your package, which was written by the architectural firm, was validated by council to make sure that it met the needs of what we're talking about. It's going to allow us to explore what lands and property may exist in the area that's going to meet specific criteria. And those are pretty well highlighted here based on some of the challenges that we had looking at the North Yarmouth site. You'll see this on page 2, and I know that you can read this and spend some time with it, but it talks about the preferred acreage, the topography, because we were challenged with the site that Cumberland had offered in the past. Electrical requirements, just make it easier to have power on site, sewer, water, and then the access of that site. So each of those are very clearly delineated, as well as how we would understand those sites and then make a decision. We've also had discussions about continuing to look on campus. So those things are ongoing on both sides. If you find questions about that RFQ, I'll be the resource, as much of a resource as I can. Scott, you had conversations with council on this. Anything to add on that?
No, Kevin, I don't. You have everything that I had, sir.
Oh, fantastic. 9 cups of coffee, Scott. I'm ready for you. Second piece, and Jeff's pictures were much better than mine were, but talking about that modular, that is worth a field trip. If anybody on the board can go take a look at that cluster. There has been a lot of work. Scott was generous to take a number of us on some guided tours as that was being dropped on location, and the amount of work that went into that, from securing the permits, working with the town of Cumberland, the site work, and all of those. Scott, you picked up a lot of this summer, since I guess you were in close proximity, and on the behalf of facilities and the entire board, thank you for your efforts. The COVID projects, and Jeff talked about a number of these as well, but Siemens is doing an estimate for UV in the air handling systems. Scott, would you be able to talk a little bit about what that looks like, and then how we could potentially find funding for that?
Sure. Thanks, Kevin. So Siemens has approached several schools now and some towns, and there's some that are actually working on this. There is a system which is an ultraviolet system that can be placed into the air handling units that basically creates ions that inhibit the spread of virus in the building. So, as air is being exchanged, we're planning to keep the air exchangers open so that, we're not doing a reheat mode, so that there's a constant, very large amount of fresh air. But what would happen is, the ions would basically inhibit the virus, and would also, the tests that have been done so far have shown that it's been, demonstrated to neutralize those types of pathogens. So Siemens, I've asked them to create an estimate of cost for one. The first step of the project would be doing the common areas around the buildings. The second step would be what would it cost to do, the air handlers that generate, in other areas of the building, some of the classrooms and so forth. It really depends on how the air exchange is done. Each one of our buildings has a different system in it, so it's not going to be universal to the entire building. How this could be funded, and Jeff has and I have been talking about various ways. There could be substantial amounts of money, and actually I think there will be substantial amounts of money, in the $1 million to $2 million range for COVID related improvements to facilities and COVID related costs from the state of Maine. So we'll be looking to that. A lot of the revisions to the facilities, which Kevin was mentioning, have to do with reconfiguration of office spaces in the building, nurses' spaces to create isolation areas, a lot of plexiglass barriers, a lot of sliding windows. So what we thought was going to turn into, I guess, a relatively modest summer of activities and projects in the buildings and just dealing with a modular has really turned into something else that we're hoping to bring forward. So I don't know if that helps, if that answers everything you were looking for, Kevin, or.
It does. Because I've got my bullet list here, my bullet point list here. Talking about the plexiglass barriers again, all of these things. If you have questions, and I can help from a facility standpoint, that we've got Scott and Jeff ready to address any questions. But each of these things, especially as we move into this next discussion around returning to school, I think that they're unbelievably important to understand exactly what, from a facilities discussion, is going to happen in each of these buildings. It would be easy if each one of the buildings were, completely the same. We just don't have that. So thank you for your help with that, Scott and Jeff. That's all, Tyler.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Scott. There seems to be a few questions. Mike, you're interested in going to check out the modular. I wonder, just reaching out to Scott and setting up, and Kevin, and setting up a time that would work for all of you seems to be the right plan for that.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, right now, there are no ramps to the modulars, so you'll be climbing up a ladder to get in. So just be aware when you're getting ready to come up into the modular. But certainly, we could set up a time. I know that all you have to do is reach out to me, shoot me an email. Don Foster's available during the daytime. I'm available. I'm in and out of the office, so we can certainly set up a time to give people a tour of those. It's an amazing building. It really is.
Jeff's pictures really showed that, but from that standpoint, in discussions with Scott earlier, I mean, when you look at how much of an upgrade this is from what the modulars were before, this is a much better environment for our students and a much better environment for the teachers as well.
They came up from the Carolinas.
They're nice.
On trucks.
Anne, did you want to ask your question, and then we'll go to Elias and then Peter?
Yeah, I was just wondering if that UV technology from Siemens, if it's also effective on like flu strains and other cold viruses and that too, or if they've only done testing specific to COVID.
I don't have enough on that yet, Anne. I'll certainly get answers to that. My piece was it initially just came out on the COVID. I want us to really get in the queue on that, if at all possible, to get that rolling. So, but I can ask those questions and get back to everybody on them. And certainly when we get ready to do the project, we will usually bring Siemens forward to talk to the board about the project, so you guys have an idea of what's going on. Okay.
Okay, 'cause, yeah, any way that we can help improve the health and safety of our teachers and students, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, it may require pulling the trigger fairly quickly when we get into it, so we'll have to talk about how we do that.
Okay.
Elias, did you have a question?
Yeah, in regards to the Siemens like air circulation system, I think it's a really fascinating phenomenon. Would you I guess I have a lot of questions. I guess one would be, would this make in the building almost analogous or even more safe than an outdoor environment where the air is constantly circulating, given that I'm not sure if the science is fully defined on that aspect of the air system yet, but does it kill 50% of virus particles, or does it go? I don't know how defined that is in what they really know about it, and also additionally, is there a certain estimate with when it could be installed? Would it be something that would help us in this school year going forward, or would it be a much longer term project?
No, I'd like to get moving on it as quickly as we can. If it's something that we need, it does neutralize the pathogens. So I don't think there's any substitute for outside fresh air out in the middle of the soccer field. But I think that certainly this would have some significant improvement. We did talk to the district doctor about it. He was well aware of this particular item because other school districts are looking at it as well. And he was very much in favor of it. So, okay.
Thank you.
Peter?
Two-part question to Scott. First of all, have we gotten any guidance from the state on reimbursement, for things up through June 30th, i.e. the biggest one was the $200,000 we had to spend for school lunch. And I assume you've identified a bunch of other stuff that we spent up to June 30th. And then the second one, have you received any guidance from the state regarding this supposed pot of money that the governor has talked about the other day with regard to emergency stuff that we've had to do to the buildings?
Yeah, Jeff, did you want to respond to that one? You've been a little bit more connected to that than recently than I have.
Yeah, Peter. So the governor's releasing 130 million, I believe, right now. She's talked about 300 million, a little over 300 million. Supposed to be getting an announcement this week on the 130 million and how much each district will receive out of that money. So we should be hearing this week, I hope, what we're going to be getting. We are allowed to, from what I understand, what the department has told us so far, we are allowed to get reimbursed for expenses all the way back to March 13th, when the COVID emergency began and we went out of school. So I'm hoping that we can charge some things back. Scott and I already talked about doing some of that if we can do it. And then we'll have expenses going forward as well that we can charge. Now there's a deadline for the state money, this additional state money, that's December 31st. And I believe that's for all 310 million that can be released. So if we have staffing, for example, that we want to charge to COVID, we would have to encumber that money for the school year, which we can do without a problem. But like Scott said, things like the UV system, those are things that we certainly want to look at as being important for us to charge this money if we can do it, if this makes sense for us.
Yeah. I would also imagine that, I would also imagine we've got about $104,000 of things right now in this current fiscal year that we're looking at, which have to do with a lot of the plexiglass and a lot of the reconfigurations of the offices. So I'm going to guess that will fall into that as well. And, we do have a number of supplies and masks and things that are miscellaneous that are probably in the $35,000 range as well. So So there's a number of costs, Peter, that I think we'll be able to back into, along with some things that we probably even haven't thought of yet till we really sit down and start backing into them.
Well, that's real good, and but given everything going on, it's one of these things. I'll believe it when I see it, but it does look encouraging.
Yeah.
It does look encouraging, and I think the money is coming. We've been told for about 3 weeks now that there's money coming, additional money. So the governor confirmed it on Thursday. We're just waiting to see what our amount will be. And then she has not committed to the second pot of money, which is another $150 million to be released to school districts as well. But I expect that we'll be getting that money shortly as well. We have a December 31st deadline on both.
So is that coming from the 1.25 billion that we got from the federal government?
Yes, and so now the state is being encouraged to release this money, and a lot of it to school districts to get the economy going. So
Hallelujah. Thanks.
300 million. The other thing I want to say is the additional custodial support that we have in the buildings, plus the cleaning of the buses. We believe we'll be able to charge all of that was in the budget to these funds, so that we can have that as savings in our budget right now going forward. All that will help.
I just also wanted to mention that my hope is that with that additional fund amount, that we can think creatively and outside the box a bit on how we can put things in place like outdoor classroom space, and utilize some of that can not only lend itself to the current situation, but also in long term, even though it has to specifically be used for COVID. I hope that we can think creatively and how to use that for long-term use as well. Okay, so I believe I have not missed any other agenda items. Feel free to chime in if I have. Returning back to the workshop, again, I'd like to lead with what Jeff's goal is from us tonight. I think we owe it to our administrators to really be able to give them as much feedback as possible and to land at a place that is helpful for them as they continue to plan for the fall that is coming sooner than I think we're all ready for. So Jeff, do you mind giving us a little bit of just a guidance and what you're really hoping to walk away with tonight?
Yeah, I'm hoping that there's two things that the board can help with tonight. One would be just in advance of the August 3rd approval, if there's any parts of the plan that you think just need more discussion or could be a big question mark or red flag, I really would like to know that tonight. If possible, if you've got some burning things that you think we should rethink or we're not on the right track with something, I would really like to know. The other thing is, I think the big question is if the state on July 31 gives us the ability with this 3-foot distancing change in CDC to have the elementary kids come back in full time on September 8th, is that something that the board would support? And I can certainly give my recommendation. I'm planning to do that on August 3rd anyway, or in advance of August 3rd. I don't think I have a recommendation solidified. I have an idea about what I would recommend in terms of opening the school, knowing that, again, there's 5 weeks between that approval and the school year starting. Something could certainly change, but at least to give people an idea. I think those are the two things that I'm hoping, Tyler, that we can get some more direction on tonight.
Great, thank you. That's helpful these workshops are, again, hard to do virtually, but also we can get stuck in the nuanced details of a lot of this. And I want to make sure that we are successful in providing our feedback as best we can. So I don't know the easiest way to do this, but I know in the past when we have done this online, we've kind of just picked people on the screen, or Kate in the past has picked people on the screen. Is there anyone that would like to go first that has a list of questions?
Well, I'm always the poor son of a gun that sticks my neck out. But that's all right. I just am real pleased that we're trying to get the K through 5 kids in the classroom. I mean, I'm many years removed, but all the anecdotal and everything that I've tried to read on this says that these elementary kids need face-on instruction, and I think we're doing irreparable damage to these elementary kids if we go pretty much a whole year on this remote thing. It just, we're doing the best we can, but I just don't think it works for the kids. It certainly doesn't work for the parents that are trying to do stuff. So I really am very, very appreciative, Jeff, of your efforts to try to get this. So I mean, I am probably going to be unreachable. I'm going to be on a Maine island on the 3rd of August, but I would very enthusiastically vote for the K5. And as far as the middle and high school, you just there you just have to deal, play the cards that you're dealt. And I don't have any great insight one way or the other to that. So that's my proverbial 25,000 foot view of the thing. And I'm sure my fellow members will kick in with all the various and the sundry nuances that I'm totally unqualified to say anything about. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Peter. Jennifer, would you like to go?
I will, Tyler. I kind of have a list of questions, and we can kind of do some of them or let other people go. But I guess my first question is, if Jeff, if you could elaborate what a cohort looks like at each level. So say at the middle school level, currently kids have, say, 4 teachers that they go from classroom to classroom. And when they go from math to science, different kids come into their classroom because it's that team or that neighborhood of kids. Do we envision that it's just going to be like a 5th grade style, that it's the same kids that go from math to science? And then like how in the high school level, is it a cohort? Is it just all the kids that go on Monday, Tuesday have come in contact, but that teacher then comes in contact with the kids on Wednesday, Thursday in the same fashion, and all the staff members are there as well? So I guess that's my first question. And then whether kind of what the specials look like at the, I guess it would be the 8th grade level and below, if we're in yellow, I guess.
Yes, good questions. So at the middle level, these are things that are still being discussed, but a cohort obviously would be the 50% that's on it. Let's just say on a team like Team Sentinel. 50% of the kids will be in on a Monday, Tuesday together, and 50% of the kids will be in on a Wednesday, Thursday. But instead of the kids all switching around and going to their teachers, the teachers would be the ones switching and the kids would stay put. And that would minimize, in terms of placing the kids in those groupings, I don't have all the details how they're doing that. I know that math is definitely part of the grouping. But I know they're trying to limit the amount of kids that are switching back and forth on that team. Bottom line is, on that team, they would have 50%, have all the details of the kids that they're interacting with at the most in the yellow level. Same thing at the high school level. I think the high school is trying to match kids up to a team with, the 4 content areas especially, and having the kids just interact with those kids. But I can tell you that the details are not completed yet. And I don't know I know Chris was around for part of it. And I think the high school might be one that we might want to get more information if he's around that we can give to you. But the bottom line with yellow is it's basically just going to be, 50% of the kids in any given class that they're in, any given classroom that they're in.
And Jeff, at this point, if we're in yellow, I know in a previous board meeting, there was discussion that things like music and band, gym, art, and sharing art supplies were things that were going to be taken off the table. If we're in yellow, would kids be still participating in those items?
So we haven't finished talking about that yet, but we do definitely want to provide some of that instruction for kids, even in yellow.
Okay.
It just won't be nearly the same amount. Students might not get that every week, or they might not get the full amount that they would get on a given week. So it might be a reduced amount of time that they're getting. I know at the high school they are trying to look at a schedule that will allow kids to access all 8 of their blocks over the 2-day period that they're there. But again, 50% of the kids being in any of those blocks and having far fewer contact, with most of the contact being in the 4 content areas.
Okay. And I guess, Tyler, just my last question right now would be, if we go forward in a yellow and full green from K to 5, is the feeling that teachers are fully on board and everyone's going to come back? And is that the feedback from the teachers union? And, what sort of issues do we have with, staffing the classrooms? Or do we feel like there's a comfort level that that everyone is ready to move forward? Because I think that's a big issue, is making sure that we have teachers in the classroom and they feel safe and happy to be there.
Yeah, I would say that we're not there yet. I think what I've heard from the association, what I've heard from individual staff members who have emailed me or talked to me about this, and what I've heard from our administrators who have had conversations with our staff members, is that there are a lot of staff worried about what this is all looking like. I think part of it is their family life and how to balance it. Are we in yellow and they live in a different district? And are their kids going to be able to, is that district going yellow at the beginning of the year or green? Even if they're in our district, if their kids they're teaching 4 days a week, even in the yellow level, but their kids are only going to school 2 days a week in the facility. So what happens the other 3 days if they can't find childcare? I think that's what we're hearing from staff is their major concern. We do have some staff members that have medical issues that would prevent them from being on the campus. And Scott is working those things through. We have people that have legitimate medical issues that we need to either reassign them or help them with, can they take sick time or get paid for being out of the classroom, depending on that. And I think Scott can probably chime in a little bit on that. The other piece before Scott does, Pete Bingham Jr., the recreation director, and I have had a conversation about potentially, first of all, he's offering for parents, especially parents that have had kids in the after school program, before school program, preference to have their children in a care kind of setting on the 2 days that they're not in school. Fridays nobody would be available on Fridays. Schools wouldn't be open. The recreation program would not have care on Fridays. But for students that are not in school, not in the facilities on their 2 days, for a lot of families in our community, there will be a place that the recreation department is going to be providing. I think he's working on that right now. He's going through a list of people who are interested. We talked today as well about the possibility if there are some slots that could be reserved for staff members who are also struggling with that. And Scott, I think that's where I need you to kind of give us a better idea about the number of staff that we still have outstanding in your mind from going through the process about the childcare. I know that Pete had mentioned, I don't want to give a number, but he was committing to several potential slots that we might have for our staff members who are struggling with childcare and need a place for their kids to go. And the location is going to be the North Yarmouth, again, this is all being planned right now, but the North Yarmouth Community Center. But yes, yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, do you want me to go ahead and add to that? So it's multifaceted across. When you did the employee survey and came up with, people telling of what the reasons were. Now, certainly there's a large number that don't qualify to be out of work, that don't meet the, Families First Coronavirus Response, Act. And then there's also that it may not qualify for ADA or for FMLA. So there's these buckets that we have to look at when staff talk to us about what the absences might look like. And there's also forms and documentation that'll need to be filled out. One of those is around the childcare, which Jeff just mentioned. And it's a form that basically, once we've set our schedule and districts around us start sending their schedule out of what that looks like, employees will have information then about what their work week looks like. Right now, it would be an effort and futility to collect that data of what the days are, because nobody really knows what the schedule for their child looks like right now. So once we know that, we'll be sending this out, getting documentation back, and then reviewing each one of them. But certainly people are entitled to, if school is closed and their kids can't attend for 3 days, well, then people are eligible under certain criteria to be able to watch their children either intermittently, if we afford the ability to do it intermittently, or weekly for up to 12 weeks. The Families First Response Act only goes until December 20th. So if we're looking at this first quarter of school, then, when you get to that December 20th date, that act doesn't continue beyond that to afford people the time to be absent with 2/3 pay under that particular criteria. So right now we've got probably, if I was to put my arms around it, and I took a look at those who had responded, and I also took a look at, who we had in the system that hadn't really responded, but talking with each one of the administrators, getting a feel for that, there's probably 46 employees that we think will definitely have some kind of childcare situation, and that's where we're at right now. So,
and so Scott, I guess my question was, so we're really, with the teachers, it's mostly just a childcare issue. We're not looking at it that teachers are nervous to enter because of COVID and because of being in the classroom. It's more the only concern with the teachers right now is the childcare issue, not necessarily the nervousness of being in the classroom. And I just want to make sure that we take that into consideration with the recommendation, because I think, we're looking out for our teachers as along with our students to make sure everyone is safe in this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that people are anxious and nervous about it. It's been that way going on. And as Joan just put up a message that said the same thing. What I'm trying to do in the initial look at all of this is we have to look at what are people actually eligible for, and what are the statutes, and what are the reasons for people to be absent, and if they do qualify. Then there'll be a bucket of people that we'll have to look at who may have issues with things that don't qualify for absences, and then we'll have to decide how we're going to handle those. So there's several pieces of this that we have to look at first, and then we'll just move forward from there. But my focus right now is just looking at what people are actually entitled to, and then moving on from that into trying to address some of the fear factor.
Thank you, Scott.
It's so tough to do it virtually. Elias, you had kind of chimed in next in regards to questions. Would you like to jump in?
Yes, I guess Jennifer's questions, covered mine slightly, but I guess in specific to the cohorts of the high school, has it been decided whether it would be a certain, would it be divided by class, or department, social studies and science classes would go on a certain day, or how, I guess what I'm getting out of this is a lot of the parameters around the cohorts are yet to be fully decided. But are there any thoughts on that aspect of the cohort system?
Okay, so Elias, I'm going to have to say no. I know there's a lot of discussion going on as to what that looks like, but I also think some of it, and I'll be honest,
with our administrators, we had a meeting late last week, mid last week, and we decided to put all of this planning on hold until we knew more about how the school year is going to begin. So, basically we're waiting until July 31st for the state to give us the guidance. We're also waiting to see what kind of the direction tonight of the board might be. If there's no support for example, starting the school year off in green for elementary kids, we didn't want to put a whole lot of work into that right now. The yellow zone is where our administrators have spent the last several weeks thinking about that. And we had just started talking about assignments to cohorts. So I don't feel like we have that information yet.
Okay.
I know that's not helpful, but we're not quite there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's so much in the air, it's obviously understandable.
Elias, do you have other questions, or you want to listen for a bit?
Yeah, I guess I'll listen for a bit, see if any of you.
Okay. Okay, awesome. I think I got bumped off, so my chat doesn't show everything. Thank you, Mike, for letting me know. Anne, would you like to ask a few questions now?
Yeah. One, I appreciate the ongoing updates because some of the updated information that we received today answered some of my questions and concerns regarding yellow. But really my biggest concern is how we can provide green for our students in special ed, anyone on like an IEP or 501 or in our McKinney-Vento students. If there's any way that we can make sure that we're prioritizing them in terms of in-class learning, because I just think that's who we really should be seen in the classroom first, to make sure that they don't have any additional issues or learning setbacks.
So there are groups of students that we would be recommending if we're in the yellow zone that will be coming to school 4 days a week in person.
Okay.
So functional life skills program would be our recommendation for those students to go 4 days a week in person. We have certain students that are 60% or more in what we call a self-contained setting. And so they might be in the regular classroom, but they have an ed tech with them most of the day. That would be considered self-contained. We also have our alternative education program. That would be another program that we would be considering for 4 days a week and not 2.
Okay.
We also have some students who are in our ELL program, and depending on their progress in the ELL program, the English language learning program, they might be coming in 3 days a week, 4 days a week, depending on their level of need. So those are areas, and I haven't thought of all of them, but we also have students that struggle with reading and math academically that we're considering some more time. It may not be 4 days, but it might be 3 days. If they need an extra day with some more support, if they're really struggling, they're a year behind or whatnot. Those are students that we're considering.
Okay. And how many McKinney-Vento students do we have now in the district?
I don't have the number, but I think I'd have to check our annual report from the last one. With COVID, everything kind of got thrown off.
Sure.
We usually have less than 10 students in our district each year.
Yeah. I'll also say for the new board members, so McKinney-Vento is the act that supports students experiencing homelessness.
And I'm wondering, Ian, too, if we're gonna see a jump in that number.
Yeah. I know I've been wondering that too, in terms of people, just since there's been so many obviously changes and that if we'd have any more students that we'd be serving that way.
And even if students are sleeping somewhere else, but they choose to come to school here.
Yeah.
And we actually have students right now that's the situation. They're sleeping somewhere else. A stable sleeping environment or home environment. And they're choosing to come to school here, and we transport the children to our district under McKinney-Vento.
And I wanted to kind of ask a question off of yours, if that's okay, assuming we probably have more, in regards to special education and the staffing that goes along with those students. I don't know if Joan is able to address some of this as well as Jeff, so Jeff doesn't have to be the only person answering. But you know, in those settings, I understand the need to have those students returning as a priority. My concern is the safety and the feasibility of the classroom environment, assuming that students aren't able to wear masks or are uncomfortable sitting in a desk with plexiglass around it. There's much more hands-on education that happens in those classrooms, everything from bathroom to eating to all sorts of elements that are different than in regular education classrooms. And so I'm wondering how the staff is feeling about that and what we are doing to make sure that we're giving enough space, knowing that if they are full-time and sometimes some of those students require one-on-one staff members, how are we avoiding maxing out those classrooms while still obtaining social distancing, knowing that there's so many students and adults required in those classrooms?
Yeah, I think the first step is that we're asking parents if they are going to feel comfortable sending their children for longer period of time, or if they're planning to send their children at all. And those are one-on-one conversations with the students that we are talking about, between Julie and the families, and the school and the families, that will need to take place. So that's the first part that we need to find out is there are some families that may not feel comfortable with that arrangement, knowing that physical distancing is not possible at all. And then the next step is also, and I think Scott can probably answer some of this as well, and Joan probably wants to jump in. We do have staff in all areas of our district right now that are very concerned. Part of it is not knowing what we're doing yet, not having that solid plan yet. But secondly, you know, what is our plan going to be? Is our plan going to be 100%, 50%? And what are the safety measures that are in place? A lot of it has been part of the planning that we're doing, and we haven't communicated that planning out yet. So as we begin doing that, I think it will be it will start getting a little bit easier for people to understand exactly what we're doing. The other thing I wanted to say is Chris Hoffman texted me, and Andy, after this, Andy, if you wanted to send Chris a link, he can actually probably answer Elias's question, and I think Jennifer had the same or similar question too about the cohorts at the high school. It might be helpful. But anyway, that's kind of where we're at with the special education part. We're first offering it and seeing if families want to participate or if they want to stick with 2 days. You know, and those will be decisions that will be made individually with families. Our staff, there are staff members who have already said, I'm willing to come back and do that. And there's some that we're going to have to think about, is this, you know, a good placement, a good assignment, or not? And I think it depends, again, like we're doing with the yellow zone. Do we have enough students and staff to match those programs that we're talking about?
Thank you. Joan, did you want to, I saw your video pop back up, so it'd be great to hear from you.
I would just say that there are teachers, I hope teachers are included on some of these decisions about who might be in the classroom and not in the classroom. There has certainly been concerns about some of the classrooms who require more intense one-on-one or hands-on teaching and instruction. And I believe that there's certainly anxiety, but I do believe there are people who are willing to be in those classrooms. I'm not sure the number, and I do hope that the school board is considering extra resources for perhaps more staff.
Thank you, Joan.
Yeah.
I only had one other question at the moment, if it's okay if I share that one or ask that one to you. I was wondering if in terms of this planning, if there's been any consideration for how to make are receiving the mental additional, like how we can at time that after any way that we could work.
And it sounds like you're having connection issues. We might have to come back to you.
Maybe, Anne, if you're able to ask your question in the chat and we can address it that way. You keep cutting in and out. Hi, Mr. Hoffman.
Hi, Mr. Goodness. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for joining us last minute. Elias and Jennifer both had a question in regards to cohorts.
Yep.
Elias, do you want to ask that again, or Chris, did you already get the question?
Yeah, I was listening in via YouTube Live. I just wasn't in the meeting here to be able to comment, but I'm happy to provide any detail I can regarding the high school specifically. I'm sorry to be joining you from my basement. My little kids are going to sleep upstairs, so I'm trying to keep my noise making to a minimum. So yeah, I mean, the type of cohort building that you referenced at the middle school, Jennifer, is incredibly difficult to do at the high school level, given the diversity of courses that students like to take. We've explored it to some degree in the 9th grade to minimize those types of interactions at the 9th grade level, but it's just not possible in the same way, given the diversity of courses that kids take. Again, I've been in a weekly meeting with principals from around Cumberland County as well, and our planning is generally consistent with what those principals are doing. In order to allow students access to all of the potentially 8 courses that they would like to take or need to take for graduation, as the case may be, we need to be able to offer greater scheduling flexibility. We do have some really powerful scheduling tools that allow us to build class cohorts that create balance and minimize the number of students in a particular class section. And so, you know, our mitigation strategies are really focused on physical distancing within classrooms and throughout the school day, as well as, you know, again, a number of the other features that you mentioned, facilities upgrades to help keep students and teachers alike safe. And I'm happy to go more specific, but in terms of cohorts, that's what I would say.
Thank you, Chris. Elias, thumbs up. Did that help answer your question?
Yes, I think that definitely. Is there, I don't know if the process by which, like, would it be divided by, and I completely understand if this hasn't been fully delved into yet, but would it be department based? Do you think it would be like class based, or is that still up in the air? I mean, like class, like juniors, seniors, sophomores, freshmen, something like that, or would it like?
Yeah. So
yeah.
So again, I think because our strategy is focused on limiting the number of students in a particular classroom at a given time as a part of maintaining physical distancing, that it means, based on the 50% model that Jeff described, it means basically looking at 50% of students within each class, 9 through 12, and then looking at each individual class and making sure that within each of those classes, we are not exceeding the maximum number of students that we can safely keep apart. So we just, you know, over the course of the past several weeks, we've walked our building and inspected every classroom and measured and, you know, based on the latest guidelines we have, given the 6-foot model, determine the number of students who can safely be in any one classroom at any time, and basically have a number for each room in the building. We've also been with our nurse to consider cleaning protocols, excuse me, at the end of the day, as well as in the middle of the day, as a part of our mitigation strategy too. So I would say the cohorts are roughly, as I described, 50% of each class, 9 through 12, Elias, such that each classroom can also follow that rough 50% guideline, but most importantly, not to exceed the number of students and individuals in total who can safely be in a particular room.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
high,
Go ahead, Jeff.
I was just going to say the high school is more challenging, like Chris said, and I mean it's hard to do that based on an 8-block schedule that we're trying to get students that experience still and maintain that experience. So it's definitely more challenging than elementary or middle school. With middle school, we can keep the kids in the same room and move the teachers around. We just can't do that at the high school level. It's a more challenging environment for us.
Thank you, Jeff. I will read Anne's question just because it seems like her internet's a little choppy right now. In her words, I was just wondering if there is a way to build in time for staff to access EAP or other mental health support during the day so that they don't have to find time outside of the school.
Was the question students and staff or just staff? I didn't hear that first
Staff,
part.
specifically.
Staff, yes. So this is a challenge, and we've made this. Joan can chime in as well. Joan and I had this conversation. We're even challenged if we're in the yellow. If we're talking about the yellow level, we're challenged by not having enough staff available for a duty-free lunch, for example. We're going to have to be creative on how we give our staff breaks. They have to have lunch. They just might have to eat it with the kids, and we're going to have to find a different time during the day in order to provide that break. Because in the yellow level, we'll be basically, for the most part, having kids eating in their classrooms. And we don't have enough staff to supervise kids in their classrooms, unlike we would have in the cafeteria, where we might only have 3 or 4 staff members in the cafeteria watching, 180 kids. That is not the case if we're in yellow. If we're having lunches in the rooms for the most part, even if we have 50 kids in the cafeteria, we don't have enough staff to do that. So we have signaled the association that we're going to have to really rethink how we give breaks to staff. It doesn't mean we're not giving breaks to staff. They have to have breaks during the day. Just like our students need breaks during the day. They need to go outside and get on, especially the younger kids, get that fresh air. But so that is something that we're trying to work on. The other thing that we're going to need to do are mask or covering breaks during the day. Everybody's going to need to take covering breaks. If you've worn a face covering for any length of time, you'll know that you can't have them on all day long. You've got to take breaks with them, and we're trying to come up with some strategies right now to do those covering breaks. And I'm sure teachers have more creative ideas than I do at this point on how to do that developmentally. But yes, the answer is our staff need a break. You can't go all day long teaching, educating, working with kids in small groups, whatever, without taking breaks. And we will be doing that. I think the issue for us is that 20-minute duty-free lunch happening usually at a typical time is not going to be able to happen. I think most of our teachers in the yellow zone will be eating with their students in the classroom is what I think is going to happen, with some rotation during the week.
Thank you, Jeff. Joan, did you want to add anything to that?
I would. I actually spoke at length today with one of our social workers, and this person happens to be involved with some frontline, warm line efforts in the state dealing with people who are dealing with the frontline workers in the pandemic. And it was interesting talking with her. I think there's a lot of conversation about protecting the mental health of teachers when we go back to school. And I think we need to continue this conversation. There's a lot of our plan centers around facilities and cleaning surfaces and making sure people don't get the pandemic, but it doesn't center around what it feels like to hear from kids whose parents have caught the pandemic, or what it means to be in the moment when kids are really struggling with mental health. And we need to keep our teachers and staff healthy mentally in order to keep our classrooms healthy mentally. So I do want to continue this conversation.
Yeah, I would add too that I think, I'm not going to say it's easy for us to figure out the kids and the families, because it's not. And I know it's not easy for families to figure this out, especially if we're in anything less than green. For a lot of families, that is a major, major struggle to figure out how to balance this all out if we're in the yellow zone. I think the toughest part of this is staffing. And how do we make the staffing work so that we can provide for the students that we have? And that's where we have spent a lot of effort and time and energy trying to make this make this work. Do we have enough staff? If we're providing this remote school, which we are, do we have enough staff to do that? What do we do when students are not in school and we're in the yellow zone for 3 days a week? How do we support students without instructing them? How do we support? Do we have staff to do that? How do we give breaks to our teachers who are with kids 4 days a week? Obviously, they can't be doing virtual work either outside of that. So I think these are all things that, do we have enough staff to pull this off? That's what we're all struggling with right now. That's where we're at.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Joan. It's really insightful to hear or to potentially hear more of that conversation that you had with the person speaking with frontline workers, because I think that that's a really important aspect of this. Margot, would you like to go next?
I'll do a few and then I'll step back, but I have a bunch of questions. Jeff, one of my early questions is, at what percentage of students doing remote learning by choice or for health reasons would we toggle to red instead of yellow? Is there a number? If we have 300 students, would you still maintain us in the same color category? Or I guess yeah. The number of students is one question, and then the number of staff is another question. I think do you have a black and white number in your mind that would change us?
No, I don't. I think there are some districts that are looking at 20% of their students that are staying out if they're in the yellow level, or even in the green level if they're considering it. We're right now, I think we could be around 10%, if that. Again, those numbers could go up. I don't want to be too optimistic. And I think we want to I think parents are still waiting to find out exactly what our plan is before they make a final commitment to us. Yeah. No, I don't have a number in mind for families that want to keep their students home. I think there's got to be a proportional, difference. If we've got 300 students staying home, then that means we have 300 students that are, fewer in our schools physically during the week. That means that we can reassign some of our staff to the virtual end of it. So in my mind, I'm looking at the proportional aspect of it. If we have more students that are staying out because their parents are keeping them out for the year, that means that we have less staff that we need in the facility, and we can reassign people to help with that virtual, overload. But I don't think I'm thinking if we have 300 or 400 students, that means that we probably should just go red. I think the survey information also indicated that we wouldn't have that many families accessing remote learning or not okay with a yellow or a green level. Our percentage numbers went up as we had more kids into the building.
I was just wondering, when Kevin was kind of asking questions around that survey page, I guess as a parent, if I was reading that, I would say if the school believes that there's a level of safety that warrants opening in green, then I would send my student. But if the school doesn't think that it's safe enough to open in green, then I would not send, I wouldn't want that if the school didn't believe it was safe enough to do that.
Yeah, and I think, we're all parents. I think every parent has a little bit different angle on it. Even if the school feels it's safe enough, is it safe enough for our family? Even the behavior of different families
that, you know, I've known, and I'm sure all of us could have the same stories about when was it okay to allow your child to interact with two other kids that are close friends that, you know, they're going to have a mental health emergency if you don't let them see other kids soon. Our family went through that, and I think every family has a slightly different take on it. So I'm fully okay with families that, even if we're saying it's okay, who might be cautious about it. And I think it's just looking at the behavior of the pandemic and how families have reacted or responded to the pandemic. I'm not surprised that we would have people on in different places on this.
Mm-hmm. Scott, I have a question about, could you just talk to us about the legal ways that teachers can not physically be in the schools? One is childcare related, but if someone has someone in their family who is compromised, is that a legal avenue for them to say, I can't be in the school, or I would choose not to be in the school? Could you review a few of those?
Margot, there's a lot of what ifs, and I choose not to go into what ifs, because there's a lot of different perspectives on how to look at that. There's ADA issues, there's FMLA issues, and then there's the sick leave that was expanded under the Coronavirus Act. What I will tell you is under the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, there is availability if staff need to be out for 2 to up to 12 weeks for childcare. And it doesn't necessarily mean that I don't want to send my kid to school. I don't want to send my child to daycare, so therefore I'm going to stay home. That's not the way it works. There's a form that'll be filled out that takes into criteria and data and specifics around the child care issue. Around the medical issues, it has to be related somehow to the virus. So saying I have my 82-year-old grandmother at home and I'm afraid I'll give her the virus, that's probably not going to qualify. So I'll just give you those two as just real quick examples.
Mm-hmm. I guess my last one for right now is I think that I understand that the doctor has advised us to think in terms of a 4-month block for what we decide. And I just feel like living the last 4 months, I don't think that there's been too many weeks that are the same from one week to the next, and what we understand, and when risks change, I think it would be unrealistic to communicate to parents that we're deciding something for a block of time without saying that things could change pretty drastically, pretty quickly. Let's see. I guess, and I had one question about, there was a lot of information about nebulizers, and I don't really know what that is. It seems like it was a relatively high risk situation, that it, theoretically could be done outside, because people can't have the PPE in place when they're doing that. Is that a lot of students, or is it related to asthma? I don't really know what that is.
Yeah, where did you see that, Margot? Because that would be more of a health team issue that they're working through.
Okay.
And I think they're getting advised by our doctor as to how to best handle that. But yes, it's related to asthma. Obviously, I think some of the biggest concerns I heard when we were closing in March came from parents whose children have asthma. And those were the parents I was hearing from the most. Like, are you keeping the schools open at this point or not? And that was when it was all happening in mid-March. So I believe if I was I don't have children with asthma, but if I did, I would be I would be concerned, and I'd want to make sure that the health plan was updated and our nurse was, the school nurse obviously is on top of that, but just making sure that those things are all in place. And I think, I don't know if I answered that, but I also want to just go back to what you said right before that about parents. We know that things change rapidly from week to week, and we can't just say it's going to be this until the holidays. I've given a lot of thought to that too, and I think in terms of where I'm headed, I don't want to give a formal recommendation on what I think we should do for the beginning of the year. I think there's two different things going on here. We've got the plan itself, which is the three different possibilities that we could be in at any point during the school year. We could flow in and out of any of these three areas anytime. When the flu season hits and the pandemic, might come back in full force, we might be in red for 3 weeks. I'm just making this up, but that may be what happens. And then we're back in yellow again. Or, we could be flowing through the year. I think this is a year-long plan. I mean, there's some good news that the vaccine is moving much quicker than they expected. They've developed it much quicker, but those trials haven't even started yet. We don't know where that's going to go. So I think I agree. I don't know. I think I would like to be able to give people some stability and say our goal is to get to the holidays and do the 4 months. I think my final recommendation to the board is probably not going to be quite that black and white. I think it's going to be more. I think the research around the 6-12 students has been pretty stable. In other words, I think they transmit more. As you get older, there's more likelihood of transmission as people get older. So I think high school students, middle school students, even the transmission rate they have found, and this is all, I'm not making this up, this is what Dr. Fauci and all those people say, is higher, and the studies are higher. I think the younger students are less susceptible to transmit, but they don't, but just less susceptible. I think I'm wondering if, we keep the 6-12 students in a yellow hybrid model until at least the holidays, and we just commit to that for that group, knowing the science hasn't changed much. And the elementary students, pre-K through 5, we open the year in yellow, but we revisit it, or we commit to revisiting that in 6 to 8 weeks after school begins. I'm just throwing that out as a possibility. I've been thinking a lot about what my recommendation will be on August 3rd. Knowing that you guys could approve this plan, which is the plan, and then you're also approving the opening of school, which could change because of 100 different reasons. But if I had to kind of land where I think the state is going with all this, what I think our district should do, and what our parameters were at the beginning of the plan, number one being safety. I think it would be hard for us, even if the state allowed us to do green for pre-K-5. I'm not sure I would be prepared to recommend that for our district based on what I believe to be the safety issue. It presents more problems for a lot of people being in yellow, including our staff. We actually have more staff that said that green would be better for them in terms of staffing, not safety, but just in terms of their family balance and all that. But if you look at safety first, from my standpoint, I think that's where I'm leaning tonight. I don't know if that even makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I think earlier you asked, or when you were responding about the cohort information to Elias, I feel like it's important. It would be important to parents to have that information regardless of what we or you decide to open us with, because that's kind of back pocket planning. And so I would encourage the administrators to establish cohorts regardless of opening. And I'll give someone else a turn for a little while, even though I have more questions.
So the administrator, I just want to say the administrators did start working on that, and then we kind of held because of everything with the state changing. But we are planning, our kind of drop dead date is the week of the 10th of August. We'll have that information to parents, which will be a month
before school would begin if you approve the plan as it's presented for September 8th opening.
Thank you, Jeff. I do want to give our students a chance to ask their questions and then check out if they would like to. So I know, Elias, you've asked a few questions. Madison, I'm guessing you might have a few.
Yeah, so I wrote down just a couple. One of them that I was curious about, because when everything started at the end of the year, adjusting to new schedules, adjusting to Zoom or Google Meets, I thought that would change from that 40-minute block to maybe 80 minutes. So if we go to a yellow or even closer to green schedule basis, would those classes at home be closer to 80 minutes or something near that? Like, what would the schedule look like? Would the at-home schedule look something like it did before, or would it change?
Mr. Hoffman, are you taking that one?
I'm happy to take that one. That's a great question, Madison. Yeah, I guess I would say that I wouldn't assume necessarily that anything about our fall planning mirrors exactly the experience that you had after we closed in March. And specific to the question of scheduling, let's say for just, hypothetically, if we were in the red zone and not in person at all, then I do think we would be looking at a different schedule than the shortened class periods that you had this past spring, something closer to what your in-person schedule might have been. And if we were in the green zone in person, similarly, I think the schedule would mirror something closer to what you experienced when you were in school in person. Jeff's presentation earlier tonight made reference to some necessary scheduling changes as a result of transportation needs, and that does result in some necessary changes, but that's my answer.
And then another thing I was curious about, that I'm sure this idea has probably popped up before, but for students that need to stay at home, whether it's because of their own health risks or family, would there be a possibility of being able to see classes like in time, like live streamed classes? I don't know if that's ever been run by. I was just curious, has that been mentioned before?
It has. We did look at it. We actually looked into it. We had our technology department look into it. Because I think that was something, especially Mr. Hoffman was very interested in having live streaming so that the content could continue instead of just saying, look, have this done by, the next time I see you, there could be, kind of a doubling of content that you could plug into. Unfortunately, I don't think our technology, basically the connectivity piece of it, I don't think we're adept to do that right now. We did investigate it because I think all the administrators wanted it. We all thought it would be a good idea. We just don't have the technology to do that. There are some districts that have already said that they are doing that. They're going to live stream. I think we're taking more of a cautious approach until we know we can do it. We're saying we can't. We don't want to say that we can and then we find out we can't. That's kind of where we're at. I'm hoping that we can do it, but I'm saying right now that we can't.
All right. I had another one, and my Wi-Fi completely cut out at this point, but I might have just missed it. We're looking at students. So students that need special support, like IEP meetings, special education, stuff like that, they would be more on a green basis, such as like 2 to 4 days a week at school, correct?
Yes, not all students who are in an IEP. So it would be, there are some students on IEP that only get some academic service. They might be for an hour or something. Yeah. So those students we wouldn't be considering that for. It's more students that need, a lot more assistance during the week.
Yeah. And then my last question, if there are still things like science labs and the performing arts programs being in person, will there still be extra in-person help after school? Because it was very easy to say to a teacher, oh, can I come in after school to have help on this subject? Will that still be available, like in-person extra help?
I know that Chris probably has an answer for the high school. I think generally speaking, we're trying to minimize that.
Yeah.
You know, we are still planning to run athletics, and I think we've always had students that would get help in between school ending and then athletic practice or whatnot if they can do it. And our teachers have always been available. I think we're trying to minimize some of that, at least for the first few weeks of school, until we get a better handle on this.
Yeah, I was expecting something like that. But
Yeah, we're not bringing in extra groups, for example. We're not bringing in outside groups. We're pretty much trying to close our facilities as much as we can. We're not having any performances, concerts. Band and chorus will not be able to be operating in person with any sort of like live singing or rehearsing. There'll have to be other methods of doing those kind of things, whether it's virtual or whatnot. But there's a lot of science that says that I think it's up to 24 feet or 26 feet of singing can actually spread COVID. So we've been advised no band, no chorus. And so we're not going to be able to provide any of those things in person.
all right. That was kind of the end of my questioning.
Thank you, Madison. And feel free, Elias and Madison, stay on the whole time, but I understand these are late nights, so thank you for being here regardless. Kate Perrin.
Thank you, Tyler. So I have a whole page of all of the questions with calculating square footages of our classrooms, buses, but I am finding myself needing to remind myself that that's not quite my job here, that there are people much more capable than myself who have been trained to do this and have been doing it for the past several weeks, maybe even months. So I'm going to forego those questions, and I'm just going to briefly say that I want to reaffirm Ann and Tyler's comments about really needing to identify our students that are at risk. So food insecurity, family issues, mental health issues, academic issues, special ed issues. We need to get those students in the classroom and support as much as possible. That feels like a priority for me. And then I guess I'm just really hoping, like, as a board, that we can really be open to genuinely listening and hearing the voices of our teachers, our bus drivers, our janitors, our food service workers, you know, everyone that is in our buildings and their concerns. You know, part of this feels very much above my pay grade. This is a huge decision that will ultimately impact people's lives in such a deep and meaningful way, and it could very well go very badly. So I'm a little hesitant thinking that this decision is a school board decision, but I think that conversation will be had over the next few weeks. And lastly, I just did want to say, we seem to be kind of looking at the school year in chunks of 4 months, but yet we're asking parents to commit to a year of remote learning. And that doesn't feel congruous to me. It just feels totally kind of out of sync. And I think, you know, looking back to March, things now look very different. So I wonder if there is a way to simplify the survey with some more yes or no's. I think the survey might have been a little complicated, and I think we could very well get completely different answers if we did that same survey tomorrow. Maybe some type of quick yes or no survey based off of the updated stuff from the state, especially with the issue of face coverings. People tend to feel very strongly about that. Some type of yes or no survey. And I don't think we should be asking staff or students to make any decisions more than 4 months out, because we are in the middle of unprecedented and uncertain times. So those are just my comments for this evening. I may have some additional detailed questions, but I will save those for when other people have done their questions.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I do wonder about the 4 months for the remote school, and I do think that we had so many questions from parents about the remote school survey. I answered a lot of emails from parents that had questions that they were confused about what exactly that meant. I do think, based on just additional information that we now have anyway, that we've got to put out to parents, that we might have to reissue that survey. And I think we would probably not reissue it until after August 3rd, but just to give parents all the information. I think the face coverings is one thing. I think kind of the big stuff that a parent would know. If I was a parent, I want to know, okay, my kid, this is what they need to do. They need to wear face masks all day. They need to, this is what it looks like. Kind of pare it right down for me. This is what my kid's day is going to look like. And I don't disagree, Kate. I think committing to 4 months for the remote school option is probably, I've been thinking about that too, and asking people to commit to a year may be too long for us to do that.
I agree with those statements, and I want to pass it off to Mike Williams. Just want to say one thing, that a lot of times, when we sent out those surveys, we weren't also giving a clear understanding of what parents were walking into or what students were walking into. So kind of what you were just saying, Jeff, as far as this is the checklist your student needs to come to school with. Are you okay with that? Yes or no? And so I think now that we have some more concrete information, we really should reach back out to the community in one form or another with some really yes, and I agree with the yes or no, so that people have the ability to, because I think we all, I know personally I had to answer those questions with a lot of, I don't know what I'm asking, I don't know what I'm signing up for. I don't know what remote learning looks like. I don't know what this hybrid, I can understand the facility usage, but I don't know what that looks like on a day-to-day basis for my student or my friend that is a staff member or whatever that may be. So having some clearer survey options sent out closer to the date of opening school, I think is a great idea. Okay, Mike Williams.
Thanks, Tyler, and thanks everybody. This is it's a pleasure to be here. This is an incredibly dedicated and intelligent, thoughtful group, and so just honored to be with you all. Mighty interesting time to join. First, a quick comment and then a very related question. So specifically, the notion of opening in the yellow, especially from the pre-K to 5, and the notion of it necessarily being safer. And I just want to put a question that it may not be, because we saw in the survey that the working parents in our district, something like 70 to 80% of them will have some to substantial concern about whether they can take care of their child. So they'll be looking for childcare support in that other time. So the exposure of their kids could be more than what it would be were they in our district 4 days a week. It's a real concern, and we're already seeing it across the state with parents looking to childcare facilities and others asking for the interim days or before and after school. So just noting that exposure could be more if we do a yellow for pre-K through 5th, because working parents, and especially at this point, whereas in March, it was still new, it was a dramatic shift, and a lot of workplaces were lenient, and then there was federal support in terms of one check, but that's not really the case as much anymore. So just wanted to make that comment. But related to having when our kids are there, and I really appreciated the reference to outdoor learning, because being outside greatly reduces potential exposure. And I appreciate that it was included, but I wondered if, related to that, if there could be if you have any more information on how that's being developed, thoughts around that, amount of time we would be willing to have kids be out there. I mean, there are schools out there in Maine that have kids out there nearly 100% of the time. And so there's something where we could be innovative and really start to use our outdoor space and have kids on campus, but not necessarily indoors where they would be potentially spreading. And then the other question I have, I'm sorry, I'm just sort of packing it all in, is around utilizing other places and buildings in town, if for space reasons. So for example, using out-of-door space, are we able to take kids, especially older kids, to Twin Brook for big chunks of the day, especially on nicer days, or even not if they have rain gear? And then also utilization of other buildings. Well, one, the Performing Arts Center, but two, say the fire department, the new bigger building, which has a number of empty rooms at this point too. So I packed all those in, but I figured that those are my questions and thoughts. And if you forgot any or all of them, I can repeat them.
Thank you, Mike.
So Mike, I think the outdoor piece, no, we haven't talked about like a schedule or anything. I think we've had outdoor learning weeks Tyler and the environmental stewardship group have actually put on weeks, and we've had a lot of classrooms participate in those kinds of activities, and we've had lots of classrooms outside at any given time. And as much as I think we have a very congested campus, we actually have a lot more room sometimes than I think, in terms of finding a patch of green grass that a class can be in. I think a lot of it is social distancing, even when you're outdoors. You know, I've watched my son's baseball team where you say, don't, you know, congregate together, and within 10 minutes they're all bunched up together, high-fiving each other. So I think it's, you know, it's challenging to find that balance even outdoors. Inside, I find people do tend to look at protocols a little differently. They tend to be a little more on guard about those things. But I do think outside is, in Maine in the fall, makes complete sense for us to utilize that that kind of environment, especially the first few weeks of school when it doesn't rain a lot during the fall months. Now I'm forgetting some of your other questions.
So I mentioned usage of other buildings, Human Arts Center, usage of potentially Twin Brook, if that's available. And actually, there was one that I forgot to ask is the wearing of face coverings. Is that also to be applied outside? Kids can have them on at all times outside as well, save for breaks.
So we would have to get advice on outside wearing of face coverings, because if kids are still going out in there in a line, even though we say you've got to be 6 feet away from each other, it's very challenging to monitor kids going outside and doing that. I think, you know, there's protocols where I've already seen in place where you have to wear a face covering until you get to a socially distanced place where you can be in a more stable environment, whether it's sitting outside or whatever, and then you can take your mask off. I would assume that we would have those kind of protocols in place. You wear a mask until you get to that place where you're outdoors and you're socially distanced, because it's very easy to come in contact when you're traveling to that place. So I'm thinking that's probably what we're going to do. But you know, in terms of using other buildings, I don't think the space is as much of an issue for us right now as it is the staff. So we had talked about, you know, there are a couple of districts that are seriously not having the secondary students come into school at all for the first few months that they will be at home. We've never seriously considered that. But as a result, the elementary classes would be split up into different facilities, and elementary kids would come in every day, and they would utilize the high school and middle school facilities and spread the kids out. The problem is there's not enough staff. Yeah, you know, we would have to hire several more teachers in order. For us, it's not as much the space as it is the staffing. Do we have enough staffing to supervise, to help kids learn? We don't. You know, and that's the real issue for us, is not the space, but the staff. Don't get me wrong, we're congested, but we have enough rooms to socially distance kids. It's really the amount of staff that we have to make this all work. And we are talking about staggering schedules. We're talking about having kids coming in different doors. You know, we have large schools, and so the principals are working on that as well. So we don't have 700 kids coming into a building all at once.
Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it. And last thing, I hope we can continue to make and refine this plan in full conjunction with the association to make sure that we're keeping our staff safe and supported. So thank you for all the work there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. It's a great first workshop. Simmons, you had added some questions to the chat.
Yeah, I'll try and be quick here. The first one, although not directly plan related, I'm curious a little bit about what's going on with the athletics for the fall. I've noticed basically every college in New England has canceled their fall sports at this point. So was given that the season's supposed to start in a week or two, I was just sort of wondering where that stands.
I believe the MPA is having a meeting tomorrow. Chris, do you know that? I believe that's what I understand is tomorrow they're going to be making some decisions about the fall season. And that will probably be, you know, those decisions will probably be made for us by the NPA. So, Chris, do you have anything else to add to that?
Yeah, I won't speculate. I'll just say that the MPA is releasing updated guidance to schools after their meeting tomorrow.
Thanks, Chris. The other thing I've been thinking and considering, and this is like to a certain extent in yellow, but probably more of a red thing, is thinking about sort of the expectations and standards for teachers, parents, and kids about what happens in the remote learning setting. And I know there's been some efforts to start to address that within the plan, but I think that's an important piece so everybody really knows what is expected of them during those times. And so I just sort of wanted to make that comment.
I think that's a great comment, Mike. I know that we asked our staff to flip this around in 48 hours in March. And they did a remarkable job flipping it around in 48 hours. But I also know that, when you start something new, you have to have more time to make sure something works. We do have 5 days at the beginning of the school year if you approve the plan as we're recommending it. Part of that will also be for remote learning if we're going to be in that mode, curriculum planning, safety training. Those are 3 big things that we're going to be working on. I also think we need expectations and standards for kids while they're in the facility. We're in a COVID environment, we're in a pandemic environment right now. It won't last forever, but as we're in it, we're gonna have to alter our expectations. And so I think, expectations for being remote, virtual, being a student. I mean, being a student today is harder than it ever has been, for whether it's K through 12 or college. And I think helping people with those expectations, helping our students with those expectations, what it looks like to be a good virtual student, what it looks like to be a student in a facility when there's a pandemic going around, what does that look like? So it looks different than it did, 8 months ago.
Thank you, Jeff. Mike, do you have any other questions? I mean, I'm sorry.
I want to say I thought that that's wonderful, Jeff. Our staff did a great job, under the constraints that we had, but there was variability, and so I just want to make sure that we're looking at ironing that out a little bit.
Yeah, and I will say that if we were back in the red zone, which we were in for 3.5 months, I think that our ability to iron that out would be a little bit better, actually, than if we're in the yellow zone. I'm just being really honest, because our teachers we would be providing synchronous education in the red zone this year. If we're in red, if we're in the yellow, our teachers again are not available. So we're not providing synchronous education for kids on the 3 days that they're not in the school building. And so I do want to stress that, because that there's no possibility of us doing that. We will have some staff available for check-ins and answering questions that kids might have, but I don't want to mislead anyone and think that we're providing synchronous education if we're in the yellow zone. Our teachers, for the most part, will be unavailable during the 3 days that kids are not in the building, because they'll be with the kids.
Jeff, with that, when they're home, would they get a packet like Mabel Wilson, when the kids go home for those 2 days, would they have like an expectation of something to do? And then middle school, they would have essentially homework to do. And then in the high school, it would be the same thing. Like for those 2 days they're home on Wednesday and Thursday, they would be expected to read on their own or complete math or something. They wouldn't be checking in with the teachers because the teachers are teaching the other 50% of the kids at that point, and they're unavailable, like you're saying.
That's right. And that's what I want to make clear, because I don't want people to be misled and think that we're providing synchronous education where they, logging on at 9 o'clock in the morning for a class, because we cannot do that. There will be office hours for staff virtually if we're in yellow, who will be providing some support, but it will not be instruction necessarily. So I think that's really an important piece. And yes, teachers will be setting kids up for those 3 days that they're not in the building until they see them next. But, you know, and we would hope that they'll be reviewing and setting the kids up for that next period of time, but they won't be available. And so that's a message that we really want to send pretty strongly.
Probably the best education is whether we're in red full-time or green full-time. The yellow is really the wishy-washy, and it's going to be a really big, I would think, a big burden for the teachers to keep up with either additional homework assignments that they're having, or I would just think that outside work would be a lot for them. But yeah, it's good to kind of clarify that to everyone.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jennifer. I think if you want the best of our teachers for our kids, it's either red or green. You know, and green obviously is number one, but red would be the second aspect because you're getting more support directly from teachers throughout the week. However, there's trade-offs, and in yellow, you know, kids, because we can social distance more and we have fewer kids in the building, kids are getting at least the benefit of their teachers in person 2 days a week. So it's a trade-off. I don't think any of the options except green are good options in my mind, but because I've thought this through a lot, can we just make red work really well and do red for a while for everybody? But I think it goes back to the mental health piece too for kids. The social emotional in also what we heard, well, not heard, but from the surveys, parents indicated just get our kids back somehow. I mean, I don't care if it's 2 days a week or do something. And I agree. I think our kids need to be back in school. You know, even if it's 2 days a week. You know, is that better than virtual 5 days a week or 4 days a week or whatnot? I think that's the trade-off that we're looking at. In terms of just pure academics, probably red and green is better in terms of continuity of instruction, but there's a trade-off there. The kids never are in the school building itself.
Thank you, Jeff. I just wanted to, Kevin, I know you are next for questions. I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of what was just being discussed, because I don't think it's been brought up yet, is really the quality of education that we will be providing. You know, I think about, for instance, like you mentioned earlier, Jeff, there's no singing. I don't know about you, but anyone that's been in an elementary class, singing is part of the day. It's how you learn the weather. It's how you learn the days of the week. You also won't be able to sit in a circle. So I appreciate that there is concern about social and emotional mental health concerns, but I wonder how we balance that with what this new school day looks like. We really haven't talked about how are we going to make sure that, and I go back to the words that you used, Jeff, in your presentation, how are we going to make sure that this plan is feasible and sustainable for our students and our staff? And I don't have the answer to that, but I do feel like making sure that we are very clear about what a student's day looks like, regardless of what age they are or what grade level they are in, is really important so that both staff and parents can understand what they're signing up for. And then also knowing that regardless of what level we are starting on, that there is one constant, and that is remote learning. And I think that my gut says we're going to see an uptick in parents that sign up for remote learning, especially as they start to learn what a typical day might look like. Or, gosh, this doesn't work for the rest of my week, so I have to do red, or I have to do whatever. We haven't talked a lot about what that remote learning program is going. I mean, we've talked about the basics, but I'm nervous that that's going to fall short and not provide enough for our students. So.
Yeah, I think the remote school option is something that we've struggled to define completely, because we also, I think it's dependent on how many students partake in it. And I know is the chicken or the egg come first. basically the remote school option is like homeschooling with support from the school. So homeschooling is generally an independent activity if parents choose it. They keep their kids home and they instruct their kids on their own without any support from the school. So we're offering support from the school. We're offering, curriculum resources, technology device, staff member contact during the week for the remote school learning. But the most of it does fall to the parent or the student, if the student is older, to take this on themselves. That's the option that we're providing. So it's in some ways not as independent as homeschooling, traditional homeschooling. There's support that comes with it, but we don't have enough staff to provide more than that in order to make it work.
Jeff, do you have an idea of how remote learning or the remote plan would be assessed?
So student progress is definitely, with traditional homeschooling, the state decides in the end if a student has met progress. A teacher has to usually sign off, a certified teacher, or the student takes some sort of progress assessment progress that our students would take in school. Any student would take in school. So there has to be some evidence of progress, but that occurs with the state directly. It doesn't occur with the school district. So what we're doing, there has to be some assessment of, has a student met grade level expectations? So in order to do that, we have to provide those grade level expectations. So in providing those grade level expectations, we have to provide some materials. That curriculum may not look exactly like the curriculum that we have in person, simply because kids, when they're in person, that curriculum adjusts to the students that you have in front of you. If they're in a more remote setting and they're not having that direct support with teachers, that curriculum doesn't look exactly the same. We're talking about standards more than we are talking about the curriculum itself. The curriculum is derived from the standards, basically. So that's kind of the difference, the nuancing behind it. I agree. I think if nothing else, what the message I've heard from several board members tonight is that we need to make it a little more apparent to families what a typical day looks like for in-person education, virtual education, or remote education. Give a little more information as to what that might look like.
I think that would be super helpful for everybody involved. Kevin, do you want to join in on the conversation?
I do. Peter, you get feedback on your mic, my friend. So a couple things, and I guess it's helpful to be to have sat back and listened to everybody else and had you do the heavy lifting today. On July 20th, it's pretty tough to think about what's going to happen in September. I think on July 20th, it's a little bit difficult to think about what's going to happen on July 24th. I was reading articles today about private schools that have gone back to school and have been struggling to maintain the envelope of their own facilities. And that is, they can control who comes in smaller class sizes, and they've struggled. And I make the mistake of reading these things, and it brings more questions to mind. I'm going to disagree with the superintendent on that piece of, the green versus red versus yellow in terms of the educational experience. And I would say this, each one of those provides something that's unique. And maybe it is the I walked uphill both ways to school story that these kids are going to have when they get older. But in the way that if we're in green, things are very predictable, and that would be nice to have. If we're in red or yellow, even if people are spending a fractional amount of time within school, there are still different things that they can do that are experiential in nature that are going to help them to grasp concepts. You were correct earlier, Jeff, when you said this was dropped on staff, and they responded very, very well with just a few days' notice. And I have faith that they will respond even better when school resumes. I've struggled with our role as a board. because in the conversations today, we are in some awfully deep weeds, day-to-day types of things, classroom to classroom type things. And I just am not, I guess echoing one of our colleagues from earlier, I'm just not convinced that's exactly where we should be playing as the board. We have folks in central office that are entrusted to make these decisions. Our role is to kind of guide, be provocative, ask questions that may not have come up yet, but relying upon central office and the DLT to do the things that are right within each building. Our role really is to ensure that the conditions are right for learning, whatever that's going to be. So if we're in the building, those conversations that we had about cleanliness, about the way that we clean, about having more plexiglass than we ever could have imagined were going to be in those buildings. Those are the types of things that we should weigh in on, but we kind of descended a little bit further today. You know, as you begin to think about coming back together in September, that opportunity that we have to ensure that the staff is prepared, has the tools that they need to deliver some consistently great educational experiences. Feedback that many of us heard from families is they would have different experiences in a class over class or a pod over pod, and there are opportunities to continue to refine that. And I'd like to throw one other thing that probably is wildly out of scope for us, but it can have an impact as parents are struggling with the way that they educate their kids at home to put together a series of whether it's a prep call, a Zoom call, something that can provide a parent coaching workshop to say, here's how you ensure the conditions for education within your home are going to match that which we are doing in the classroom. And it kind of closes off that handshake. So parents who are struggling with great ambiguity, parents who are struggling about the right way to support their kids, going to hear from learning professionals that can help them to close that loop. It may help a little bit. That's it for my ramble. I couldn't make a decision today on July 20th of what would happen. Maybe by August 3rd, things will continue to have more clarity. I desperately hope that that we can at least open fractionally, and then provide the right learning experience for people who cannot be in every day. That's all.
Thank you, Kevin. I know that it is hard not to get in the weeds in these situations, but I think we all have to ask the questions that help us feel confident as we move towards a vote. Again, this is not just about the facility usage. This is about safety and the health of our staff and our students. There is a very large risk that's associated with any of these levels. And so it just feels so heavy, regardless of what weed we are in, it feels heavy. And I agree that this feels beyond the pay grade, I guess is the term that Kate used. It does feel beyond our pay grade as a board. But I think we've had a really good discussion tonight. Oh yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
I'm sorry, mine wasn't about pay grade, though I like the expression. It is just that we have spectacular insight from people who are in each of those happy voter people who are in those buildings with better insight than we can have as a board. And so mine wasn't shirking responsibility. It was just that piece that I would like to see central office be truly leading this decision. And I know that they're willing and able to do that. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I have a few other little things to say, but Jennifer, it sounds like you have another question.
I think my last question is if someone could speak to if a student comes down with COVID that is in my child's classroom, will I be directly contacted, and how will that process? I think that's the ultimate concern that I have heard. I mean, at this point, if someone in their classroom gets lice, you aren't notified, and what will be the procedure if a COVID kid comes in contact? Will we just know because that pod is shut down, or will a phone call be made, and what are the logistics of that?
So the answer is yes. We would not we would not disclose the student's name, but if there is a child in a classroom or in a team or whatever, a course, whatever contact it is, we will notify parents that we are closing that course, that classroom. So we've been given recommendations from CDC about how many days you have to do that. And they continue to update those days, but we would follow whatever their guidelines are for closing a classroom or any classrooms that are associated with that particular cohort. So yes, families will be notified. We won't give the name of the student, but we will say they're a student in a classroom or on this team or, in this particular course or however we need to do it. And we will have to close students in that particular group, as well as the teacher, are going to have to quarantine. In other words, they're not coming back to school until we've gotten through the period that the CDC tells us we have to.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers your question, but and I can't answer that for the high school right now because I don't know how that will work in terms of the schedule. Easier for the middle school and elementary to say it's the classroom or the team. And at that point, because the teacher has exposure to both cohorts, if we're in yellow, the teacher is also out and the two cohorts are out.
Okay. And Jeff, what you're saying is the CDC says you have 5 days to contact or something.
You have to keep it contact. No, we would contact parents immediately.
Okay.
The CDC says that we have to close a classroom or multiple classrooms for a period of time. And I've seen different things. I've seen 2 weeks, I've seen 5 days. It depends on the situation.
Okay, that clarifies it. Thank you.
So I think, Jeff, I have a question for you as a board. Do you want some sort of straw poll vote in regards to green level? Would that be helpful?
I can tell you I think I've said it earlier, but I'll just say it again. I think if I, had to make a decision today, and it is July 20, and Kevin's right, it's really early. Anytime any of the, county superintendents, we have our weekly meeting, we all keep talking about this. 2 weeks later, we're talking about the same issue again because it keeps changing, or the same issue comes back again because we have more information. So even if I say tonight or August 3rd, this is what I think we should do, or this is what I'm recommending, or after August 3rd, I'm going to have to make the decision anyway. It won't be timely enough for her to say, let's have a board meeting and talk about it. So I think I'm just asking, is this the direction that the board is comfortable with opening the school year, knowing that I'm probably going to have to make a decision, or the state is making the decision anytime after August 3rd anyway. We're not going to have enough time to say, you're basically delegating this plan to me after that, is how I think it's going to happen anyway. But my thinking is that based on what I think the state is going to advise, based on what I think, there's some information now coming out of Israel. Israel has had their schools open for several weeks now. Some of the southern school districts are just about to start school. I think we'll have more information. Texas, some of the deep south, they actually go back to school around the first week of August. So we'll actually start having information within 2 weeks of August, what's going on in some of the other districts in the country. Israel has already shown that they opened in green, basically, in their country, and now they're regretting it. So I feel I would struggle with opening our school in green at all in September. Again, it's however many weeks away, 7 weeks away. I think at this point, I would be recommending we're in yellow across the board, and that for elementary, we would revisit that decision after 6 to 8 weeks, or we would revisit before that, but we could flip to a green after 6 to 8 weeks, possibly, and that's a possible. I don't know. Maybe we don't. I think secondary, there's enough information science-wise that says that we should stay in yellow for secondary all the way through the holidays. Okay. Again, it could change. We could all be in red. There could be a vaccine and everybody's vaccinated and we're good by Thanksgiving. I don't think that's going to happen. So I guess I'm just saying there's different things that come up that we just don't know. we could have a sudden, drop in staff ability to be at work, and we're just out. We're in red. So I can't promise anything. All I can say is where I think we might start, or what I think where we should start. And that's my July 20th, 9:30 or whatever time it is thought.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. The last thing I want to mention is that after this meeting, I'd like to reach out, or maybe depending on how board members feel about it, about returning to in-person meetings. I think it's really important, if we are asking our staff to return to in-person teaching, that we also walk that walk. I talked to Jeff about it earlier, and we had talked about potentially looking at the GCA as the place that we could have our meetings with all of the important safety measures in place. And I believe that Jeff has looked into that and will get back to us about what that looks like. So before we talk about it further, I want to make sure I have that information to share with you, so that you can decide and share how you feel about that. And then also we do have a retreat in August that I'm hoping we are able to do outside, just because it doesn't have to be recorded. I would love to hear from everyone, depending on where you feel on that decision. But I do think it's important that we return to in-person, especially if we are asking or potentially asking our staff to do the same thing. I know that's come up a whole bunch of times. I know community members have asked me about that. It's come up in conversation in our meetings and phone calls as well. So I do think it's important to revisit, and most likely revisit for our August 3rd meeting. Unless other people have questions, I would love to move out of workshop. Hopefully, Jeff, you feel like you've received what you need from us tonight. I do think it was a good round of questions, best we can virtually.
Tyler, do you mind if I think it would be helpful though if I heard, I think for the leadership team, because we're really struggling with planning right now, and every day that goes by, it's just a day that we're not in planning mode or whatnot. If there's any sort of feelings at all, strong feelings about the possible idea of starting in yellow and leaving the door open for green for elementary kids down the road in the fall, if that sounds, I'd love to know what your thoughts are. I know Joan and I need to connect again on that. I don't think I've posted it to Joan exactly that way. I'm trying to get feedback on that. I think our leadership team would like some feedback on it. And just kind of, is there any strong feelings one way or the other right now about that possibility? And again, I could change my mind, but that's kind of where I'm at.
All right, so you're looking specifically for a yes or no in regards to starting yellow K through 5 with the potential of going green after 6 weeks.
Yeah, with secondary staying until the holidays, at least in yellow.
Okay. So I think the best way to do that is I'm just going to go around my screen and I'll ask you yes or no if you're comfortable with that, so we can give Jeff an idea of where everybody is at.
Or
so
even,
Jeff,
even a yes or no, even if it's just, well, that's interesting, or just something. I think we want some direction. Like, is this like the wrong place to go? Or is this okay? Or I guess I'm just curious what people are thinking.
Okay, fair. So Jennifer, go ahead.
Oh, I was waiting for me to be at the bottom of the alphabet. It depends on the minute and the hour. And I know, Jeff, you're probably in the same position that, if you talk to my kids, they want full time tomorrow and get back at it. But I think some hybrid is probably the best alternative. Last week when you said that maybe we would be going green, I was really surprised, but I don't understand how it's any safer to go green than yellow. I think that the contamination is going to be there, and I think that it's we're in it and that it's either going to be transmitted or not. And I'm not a health professional, but for some reason that's in my gut. So I'm not sure if that's a great answer, but that's kind of where I am.
Mike Simmons?
Yeah, I would struggle to go back at a green level at this point. I think yellow is probably the where I'd be leaning towards, across the board. So
Thank
I'll
you.
leave
Mike Williams?
So one, I'd love to hear what the association, where they are landing on this as well. In terms of where I am right now, I think on the 6 through 12, I'm feeling pretty comfortable. Yellow going forward, it just seems like that could work. I don't know. This is all I'm going to put out there. All options kind of stink. They really do. They're difficult in the facilities. They're difficult for working parents. It's hard to say right now. I was leaning towards thinking that it's potentially good if the state says it's okay for our county to attempt green for pre-K through 5. But if they're putting us in yellow, then I totally understand that. So that's where I am right now, and I know it's not terribly helpful.
Thank you. Kate Perrin?
I can never unmute myself fast enough. I'm deeply struggling with this. This is a really tough a call, and I feel like we have no stable information coming from anywhere. Everything I read is completely different than the thing I read 30 minutes prior to. So I'm a person that likes to make decisions based off of facts and data. And the one data point that we have as human beings is that we just don't know right now. So I would not be supportive of opening in green. I know that is a hardship, and I don't ever want to undermine what that means for some families in our community. But I do believe that if we open in green, and even if we open in yellow, our staff members are seeing the same number of kids every week that they would be seeing in green. Our bus drivers are going to be seeing the same numbers of kids as they would being in green. And I think we have a responsibility to have these conversations alongside all of those staff groups, as well as the parents and as well as the students. And I wish there was a way we could identify and prioritize the at-risk students and families that had the means and the schedule to say, I don't urgently need to send my child for in-classroom instruction, would hold. But I know this is incredibly tricky and everyone has a different story. So I wouldn't support green at this point, and I'm pretty hesitant to support yellow without further conversations with our staff.
Thank you, Kate. Marga?
I agree with what Kate is saying. I would not support green. I feel like we haven't really talked very much about red tonight, and I'm not really sure why we haven't, because I think there's a lot to talk about in terms of that, and I think we're going to wind up there at some point during the year. So asking the staff to number one, be in a health situation that has a risk, and number two, create 3 different formats for learning all within the same year that they can toggle between is a huge ask. And I feel like talking about all of this without hearing from staff is like working in a vacuum for me. So I liked what we were talking about as far as asking very clear questions of parents. And I think somehow if we can allow staff to speak safely from where they are, I would love to hear that.
Thank you, Margot. Peter?
Well, I haven't changed. I think the more I hear about this yellow, that for elementary kids, that they're going to be in the classroom for 2 days, and then you're turning them loose for 3 days with stuff to do at that age. I just don't think it's going to work. I mean, if you ask the union, my feeling is that they would probably just be very happy to go on red and declare a victory. But I just think for mental health and all this stuff, we've got to find a way fairly soon to get these elementary kids into green. And I just think for elementary kids, yellow is just not going to cut it. And that's just my own opinion. That's all I've got to say about it.
Thank you, Peter. Kevin?
I was clear mere moments ago, Tyler, but that has escaped me now. I will agree with my friend and neighbor that data matters. I believe in data. I want the decision made here, though, not in Augusta, because I think that the information that we have on hand here within the red building, within the district leadership, within the nurses and our newly elected physician is the information that I care most about. I'm hesitant about green. And I think yellow could have an opportunity because we've got some awfully smart educators in this district that can come up with a way to bridge that gap and help people to get a great learning experience.
Thank you, Kevin. Anne? I don't know if Anne's still there.
Yeah. I had something that was in my head and now it's gone. I really struggle with this, as all of us are, for various reasons. And I think for me, the hardest thing about dealing with the pandemic response plan is the fact that working parents are forced to wait for the school to figure out what they need to do for their job. Like that there isn't any other, that there isn't any concessions to us as a district in terms of giving us support. If that makes any sense. I would support going back in green and yellow with some, with some work to be done. Did I break up again?
Nope, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Anne. I think I have, Joan, it would be great to hear from you before I think we wrap up.
Sure. Let me just log back on. So I appreciate all of your work and your comments. It really is helpful to hear what you're thinking. And I just want to say that you, like so many school boards across the country, are facing an incredible decision. And you are 10 people in a group that, in a community that includes so many people and so many factors. So thank you for your work and thank you for considering all options. I just want to reiterate, there is no victory in red. Teachers want to be with their kids, and there's so much, there are so many complications with any of these situations, green, yellow, or red. So there's no easy answer, and I think anytime anyone wants to just pick one of those zones, they need to consider the implications on teaching and learning. And as long as we're communicating and stressing what is happening with the implications, if we're in the yellow, curriculum is going to be reduced. If we're in the red, we need time to rethink how we deliver instruction and assessment. If we're in the green, we need to I don't know, consider many more things about where we are in the pandemic. There are so many issues, and I just appreciate everybody's thoughts, and I appreciate the fact that we have some more time for conversation.
Thank you, Joan. Scott, did you have a comment?
One of the suggestions that I would make is I've heard, a lot of conversation about wanting to talk to staff and others. I also think it would be good to hear from the district's leadership team and possibly even from the district's doctor, because what you haven't heard from is the leadership team yet. And I think that would be really important in this situation.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've gone, in regards to yellow, green, or red, I'm not comfortable supporting green to start the school year. I am hesitant to support yellow. I feel similar to Kate that there needs to be more conversation around what each one of those means. And I feel like we need a better idea of what our staff and our parents are really feeling now that we have more details as it relates to how we are getting back to school. So I don't have a clear direction, just like the rest of us. But I will say that I am very uncomfortable with a green start for pre-K through 5. I don't, I feel like I could ask questions for the rest of my evening, but it is almost 10 o'clock. And I want to thank everybody for taking the time and really engaging in this conversation, as difficult as it may be virtually. This is not easy for anyone. So thank you all. So unless there's any other comments or questions, I will move to adjourn the meeting.
Yeah, I just want to say, Tyler, thank you to everybody. I appreciate your comments. It has been very helpful to me. I've been listening, and I think it helps give us some direction. I think green, as much as I think we all want to be in green, I didn't really hear a strong feeling at all that starting with in green for elementary or anybody would be a good idea. And I have so many reservations about being in green in terms of safety right now. And I think just more information that continues to come to us. I couldn't say, oh, let's just do green. Even if the state on the 31st says you are allowed to do green, which they basically have already said by saying 3 feet parameter. That was their in. Even if Yarmouth, if Falmouth, if all the districts around us, Gray, New Gloucester, Freeport, all went to green, I still think I would struggle to say we should start green with elementary. I would find it very challenging to do that. So I appreciate the comments, because it does kind of help me with the leadership team. We all need some more direction, so we don't want to lose 2 weeks, in our planning. So I think what I heard tonight, unless I got it wrong, was that yellow would be acceptable, not great, but acceptable to start everybody in yellow if that was where we're at on September 8th. Although there's not enough conversation about red, I've heard that too. And as much as I'd like to wear green at some point during the school year, I just don't think starting the year in green at all is the right place to be. Maybe 4 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, maybe 8 weeks. I think we have to give it a few weeks before we would really consider flipping to green and just seeing where we're at. Because even between September 8th and October 15th, for example, there could be tons of changes. Even in Maine, there could be a lot of changes. We could learn a lot of things about this pandemic and how it impacts schools in those 6 weeks. And I don't want to make a mistake about opening everybody and then we have to close like Israel is doing. And I think other places are going to find that issue too.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
No, I appreciate the comments. I appreciate it.
I think we all appreciate each other's work so much right now. And the more that we can continue to communicate, as I've mentioned to everyone, I'm available. You have my phone number. I'd be happy to help field questions, because as of right now, we do not have a meeting between now and August 3rd. And like we all have said, so much could change tomorrow. So we should be thinking about how we're going to communicate those changes. And I will do my best to make sure that I help in that, because it can't just be on Jeff. All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn our meeting?
So
Or I'll
moved,
make
Karen.
it, Peter Bingham.
Okay, we'll go with Peter. Kate, you want a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and then our last roll call. I'm sorry, any discussion? No, seeing none. Roll call, Peter Bingham,
Yeah.
Kevin Desmond,
Yes.
Margot Harrington,
Yes.
Ann Maximovich. Sorry, Ann, I'm trying.
No, no worries. Yes.
Tyler McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin,
Yes.
Mike Simmons,
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart,
Yes.
Mike Williams,
Yes.
and I believe both of our students are gone, so